It's Thursday night. Gab and Doodle. I never know what I'm going to say when I hop on here, just so you all know. This is just me being an idiot and sort of winging it every time. So when I hop on, I don't know if I'm going to be normal, if I'm going to be silly, if I'm going to be horrifying. Who knows? It really just depends on the evening. This is the second Gab and Doodle this week. I see our guest has already joined us. Here, I'll wave just to let my guest know that I will be with them in 1 second. We had a makeup session from last week on Tuesday because Instagram went down during the time of Gab and Doodle, and so I had to do one on Tuesday. That makes it sound like I had to do one. No, I got to do one on Tuesday, and then I get to do one at night. I think it's the only time I have ever done two. Hey, J. Ross, right? This is the only time I've ever done two in a week. And I stayed up late on Tuesday. And then yesterday I had meetings all day long and stuff to do all day long, all the way up until late at night. And then tonight I'm doing it again all the way until late at night. And then tomorrow I'm gonna crash. So we have a lovely guest tonight. We have a author, illustrator, who goes by the name, this is going to be backwards, I wish I could do this so it wasn't backwards, but Juliana Perdomo, which I believe is how you say it, who comes to us from, I believe, Colombia? I probably say that wrong. I know that's C-O-L-O, and I know I say my vowels a little wrong, but has done a variety of different books, all of them super adorable, super colorful. And then we have this board book here that's really fun. This is one of those books where like it's really cool, and you put it on a shelf. I guess no, this one's fine because it's flat on the edge. It's I've proposed books that are like odd shapes and like extra wide, and then all of a sudden I find out from librarians, they're like, "Why'd you do that to us?" This one would actually work fine. But we love all the work that Juliana does. Really awesome shapes and colors and just really, really smart design work in all of them. So we can sort of see here. And so we will get to talk to her in just a minute. But let me do a quick plug. For those that don't know, at the end of the night, all this stuff goes up on Instagram. Sorry, I'm just putting the books to the side. All this stuff goes up on Instagram on my feed at night once we're done. And my wife puts down all the supplies and all that kind of stuff that people use, just so you know, so we have it. But then at the end of the week, what I try to do is I try to upload it all to YouTube. So if for some reason you have to duck out and you want to get back to it later and you're like, oh, I already heard all this, and you have to futz in with the fast forward and rewind and whatnot, and Instagram is problematic sometimes. To make your life easier, these are all on YouTube. Underneath, I have a channel called Studio Hoffman. It's got all the Gab and Doodles I've had for the last couple of months on there. I'm going to try to, at some point, go and do the back catalog of the ones that were done before, but we're trying to keep up with it. So I got 2 of them at the end of the week that I'm going to post. So let me let in our special guest, and we'll start the conversation tonight. So give me 1 second. I'm going to put in the Ask Us Anything, which is what I do at the beginning of this. So if you have any questions, you pop them in the comments. And I will try to keep track of them as best I can. Sometimes, most of the time, honestly, I lose track of it, and then all of a sudden, I'm just talking, we're having a conversation, and I forget that people are asking questions, so bear with that. Let me pin that comment and get my feed set up. There we go. I thought this yellow in my shirt was going to match the yellow back here, but it's not even close. All right, let me let our guest in. And let's see, there it is right there. Let's see if our guest joins up.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Now, did I say it correct with Juliana?
Perfectly, Juliana. Perfect.
Perdomo.
Perdomo.
I tried to roll the R. I'm really bad at it.
No.
My wife is really good at it. I'm bad at it. Okay. Okay, and then, so there was someone that I had on that was from, I'm going to say Colombia.
Yes.
But I think I said Colombia.
No.
I said it really, really
Colombia.
like bad, but Colombia. So, yeah, if I say it wrong, just laugh and pretend that I'm an idiot. And
it's okay.
yeah, you can tell me. You can say you're a dummy and you said it wrong. But thank you for joining us tonight. This is a pleasure to have you on. We love your work in this household. All of us are big fans of your stuff. And so yeah, we got a selection of stuff here of books. I know there's quite a few more that are out there that we just don't have our hands on yet. But and then I was reading in the background, and I'm going to ask you about this, but that you went for you were a psychiatrist or a psychologist? Psychologist.
Yeah.
Is that the one? So no, you can't hand out pills.
No, I don't.
Okay. I always forget which one's which. But then also art therapy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which shows up in like some of the subject matter of the books and everything, which is great. So I'll have questions about that. But maybe before we get started, you can give us a quick little sort of elevator pitch of who you are for those that don't know your work or don't know where sort of your background of sorts.
Okay. So I don't know what to say about myself, but it's okay.
You can just say I'm cool. You can tell us. You can tell us lies. You can say
I'm
that
so
you
bad
lie.
at lying. I am so bad at lying. I get super red and nervous, and it's terrible.
Okay.
So I am Juliana Perdomo. I am from Colombia, Bogotá, Colombia, and I am here in Bogotá. And I've been working in children's books for over 6 years, more or less.
Okay.
But it has been my passion for my whole life. My whole life I've been obsessed with kids' books. I did study psychology, and I went on to study art therapy. But it was more like a plan B because I always wanted to be an artist first.
Okay.
But it ended up like, how you call it when things you don't expect go like through a path.
Things just
like a braid somehow. Of different
things
that
get twisted and become one beautiful path that led you to making Kidlit.
Yes.
So when you were studying for psychology, you were doing lots of artwork in the back. It wasn't like there was some switch in the middle of that. You had always been doing art for time and time before.
Yes, I've always been doing art.
Okay.
Always.
And then
it's like my
did you know did you know you were going to end up in Kidlit, or was that was always the direction that you wanted?
No, I didn't. I wanted to do something art related, so that's why I went into art therapy. But it was through therapy that I realized how powerful kids' books were
Gotcha.
in creating like healing paths and connecting with kids. And so I found a really interesting passion there, even more so than before, because I've always loved kids' books. But seeing how kids reacted through reading stories or even creating stories or illustrating their own story, it was like a click, and I just wanted to keep on doing that.
Were you doing art therapy for kids specifically, or just happened to be kids were part of that practice?
They were part of that, but they're my favorite clients.
You don't like the grumpy old adults?
Well, no, I do love them too, but kids are so amazing. I mean, they're so natural and spontaneous and
okay. Sure. I love kids too. I was at a meeting at work the other day, or at a lecture that was happening, and a former student was there, and he had his little girl. He had I'm guessing maybe about 1.5 years old little girl. And before I said anything to the alumni, the student that I had, I went up and was trying to talk to his daughter before I even talked to him whatsoever, because I was like, it's just like the like love of little kids, and especially that really young age, like looking at something like the rainbow colors like the age that would read, or that you would read this to in a way, is that age where I'm like, oh, I miss, like, I love my son. Don't get me wrong. He's probably upstairs listening right now. But there is something about that like age that I'm just like, oh, it's so good. And part of it's because I'm removed. Do you have kids?
I do. I have an 11-year-old.
Okay. So it's I've asked people before, like, would you want just a day of your kid at like 6 months again?
Oh, yes.
Just for a day.
Yes.
Like, there'd be crying, there'd be late nights, there'd be, you know, all the fuss that goes with it. But for just a day, I'd give up anything for that, just for that moment of like the little cuddle and the bundle of warmth.
I agree. I agree.
So anyways, we don't need to talk about kids right off the bat, but what we do tonight, and I want to stress this because last week, I don't know if you had a chance to tune in last week or see what happened on Thursday.
I tried.
But it was bad. So I will tell you right now, who knows what's going to happen with the internet tonight. We will, if anything does go awry and stuff gets blurry or something of the sort, we'll try to work on that. If for some reason it cuts us off, what we'll do, or cuts me off, let's put it that way, I will immediately try to hop back on as soon as I can. So just stay there. And then the other stuff I say in general, and what time is it right now in Bogotá?
It's only an hour before you.
Oh, so you're 7 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, 7.
You're good. Okay. I was gonna say, I thought like I see a window in the background. I think with darkness out it.
No, because we always get the sunset at 6, more or less 6.
Okay.
Early.
Well, it's your summer right now too, isn't it?
No, we have the same weather all year long, because we are near the equator, and we don't change.
But wait, on paper, isn't technically it summer for you?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
we're having warmer days.
Yeah.
A little bit warmer.
Okay.
Sometimes.
I mean,
it's weird.
It's always nice there. I understand that, but the idea of like in my head, it sounds like it's like, oh, you're living in horribly hot, you know, summer, and we're in the middle of winter here, or switching. But so the notes at the beginning, if you have to leave at any point for whatever reason, your 11-year-old is screaming at you in the background, is knocking stuff over, whatever it may be, it can be as simple as you just dislike talking to me. That's okay. You can leave in the middle and I won't be offended. Unless you just say, I hate you and sign off. Then I'll be offended. And then there are 2 questions. One, is what are we going to be working with material wise tonight? Because my wife keeps track of that and puts it up for people so they know at the end, and we give links to the products that are used. Are you working digitally?
Yes, I am, because I want to show you how I usually work.
Okay. Great, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
iPad.
So iPad?
Yeah.
And then are you using Procreate? Or are you using like
Procreate.
So Procreate. And then I'll add in, because we have quite a few people that are doing that. Are there specific brush packs that you like that you use?
I have a Riso one for risography.
Oh, okay. It's called Riso?
Yeah. It's called Riso.
Okay. And that way my wife can put that up so people like the texture or the colors. Have you ever done a real risograph?
Yes, and I love it.
Okay. We have one at our school and everybody loves the thing. I've never had a chance to use it, but
so cool. You have
yeah, I need to do it. I need to take advantage of it. And then what are we drawing tonight? That's the other question.
You tell me. I don't know. What do you want to draw?
Okay. So I have something I have to draw, and I will show you. Let me put this sketch up, or I'll show the sketch. This is not exactly what it's going to look like, but this is my sketch that I did earlier tonight. Okay. There's some background here, so bear with me. Do you know what Dungeons and Dragons is?
I do, but I've never played.
Okay, same with me. But as a gift or a thank you to my students who all love it, I said I would play with them at the end of the semester. But one of the things you have to do is you have to make a character. And so I designed a character, and I'm going to try to turn it into my aesthetic tonight.
Okay.
What happens. But this is the character that I came up with.
Ah, that's so cool.
And so he is what's called a bard. So he sings and makes fun of people. But he's also a music man. And so I'm going to see what I can do. And I might add in like a little bird in a cage and some other things. But I'm going to try to see what happens if I make this into my aesthetic as I go along with collage.
Yeah.
But that's my goal. But that doesn't mean that has to be your goal.
Okay.
You don't have to draw. You could do whatever you want. But I could throw at you, like, if it's about music, like doing a music theme thing, might be easier. Okay. But I don't expect you to draw wizards and dragons and things of that sort.
Well, I was thinking of doing just a little line and doodling around it or something like very spontaneous. Maybe instruments can come along. I don't know.
Go for it.
We'll see.
Go for it. There's plenty of times I make an image, but there's plenty of times where people will join me and they do 100 different drawings. And I look at it, I'm like, I've done one thing, and they've done so many. So I'm not, go for whatever makes you happy tonight. Let's put it that way.
Great. Great.
So why don't we switch to the downshoot, and we can just start talking, and subject may go silly, subject may be serious across the board. I know when we talk about psychology and stuff, we're not going to be super silly, I don't think. I'm not going to say, let's make fun of people that have concern.
I think that's very ethical.
Yeah. It's not my worry. That's your worry. You're the psychologist.
Yeah, I can't agree or, I mean, I can't join in the criticism.
Yeah. Why don't you break a bunch of confidentiality law
and
tell us all about your clients. So why don't we switch to the downshoot? Take a second, set up. I have a feed here so I can see everything that, it's a delayed feed, but I can see everything that gets set up. And so if you have concerns about getting the camera right, we'll figure that out right now.
Okay, I'll try.
All right, sounds good. So let me switch on my feed here. So I'm gonna put this up here. My little cat doll.
There you go.
Okay. Oh, perfect. You're already. Did you test this already?
I did because I'm a nerd.
Okay. No. You're not a nerd for testing of any sort. It's sometimes I have people come on that are like very concerned about how they put or how stuff lines up.
Well,
and
it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, but I got it.
You did it faster than, like, if it was something that you were really concerned about, it would take you some time, but you did that so fast that it wasn't even a question.
Okay.
This is good. Have you done live drawing before?
I haven't. I'm a little nervous.
Okay. I'm gonna warn you right off the bat. It's not the drawing part that generally is the scary part for most people. It's the talking and drawing that really gets people. And so it takes about 10-15 minutes, and then you'll be past that threshold where you're sort of talking and not drawing, or drawing and not talking. But I will get you through the process if you're nervous.
That's great. Thank you.
So let me start off with some fun questions rather than starting off with the, like, tell me about your troubles. So I'll start off with a question like, let's see if I can pick a good one right off the bat. So color. You're a color. You're a person who loves to use color.
I am.
So one of the things that I've said on here, I've asked people before, and I have a feeling you probably have an answer to this one. If you had to pick a color to eat for the rest of your life, what would that color be?
Oh, I love that one. I think it would be red.
Like pure, sort of like cadmium red, or is there a variation on that?
I don't know. I have like an attraction for red food, like red gummies and cherries, and I think red.
Is it, but like, is it a deep red, or is it like sort of pinky, or?
No, more.
I know I'm getting like specific here, but I'm wondering in the sense of, like, to me, like a burgundy or like a really rich red could be like really savory.
Like cherry, like a cherry red.
Okay, cherry red.
Like a deep cherry red.
Now, is there a color that you would absolutely spit out at first pass should you be given it on a plate?
I think blue. I've never liked blue food. Like, it's not natural.
Yeah, blue raspberry. I'm trying to. Is there a natural? Well, blueberries.
Well, but that's more of a purple.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to think if there is something that's like a blue cheese. I don't know if you want blue cheese.
But is it
Uh,
blue?
yeah, it's not. Oh, it's got chunks of blue in it, which is even
You
probably
know,
worse.
it makes me think a lot of like there was an ice cream when I was growing up that was bubblegum flavored, and it was blue, and it was so, I don't know, I didn't like it.
So as a kid, I remember I grew up with like the same thing. Like at one point, I was like, I gotta get bubblegum flavored ice cream. But it wasn't just flavor. I don't know if this is the same for you. It wasn't just flavored. It had chunks of bubble gum in it.
Yeah, and it was weird to eat ice cream with bubblegum
Yeah.
because you
Like
didn't know. I mean, you couldn't really swallow it. It had to
yeah.
be right.
Yeah, so you have this chunk of gum that's like rock hard
Yes,
because it's cold in your
yes,
mouth the
exactly.
entire time.
Super
And like
uncomfortable.
it's very glamorous to a little kid to be like, yeah, I'm gonna have bubblegum ice cream, but I think the reality of it is so harsh
It's
and
not so fun.
challenging. Okay, so now I asked about the color and sort of like what you would eat, but this is like we can shift to anything. So I want to talk about sort of were you thinking about art and thinking about food? Were you a finicky or picky kid in the sense of like both like for food? I was very, very picky. There was only like 3 foods that I ate as a kid, and it was very unhealthy. But I also think as an artist, I did not have that same like uh, limitation.
Yeah.
Like I would draw anything, I would make anything, and I wasn't scared of drawing. But food definitely was like, nope, don't you dare try to give me something new. Did you have the same sort of like relationship, or were you, for the most part, a experimental artist in your palette of flavor and in your visual art, or not?
No, I was like you. I was a very picky eater, and I didn't eat sometimes. It was very hard for my mom. She had to
Oh,
come
wait,
up with strategies to make me.
was your mom the mom who says like, okay, if you're not going to eat it, you're eating nothing?
No, she was amazing. She was like, you know what? This is actually not what you think, and she would change the names. For instance, yeah, well, in Colombia we drank a lot of guava
Yep.
juice, which is a very
Yep.
exotic fruit. But it's not very nice. I mean, I didn't like it so much. But in Spanish, you say guayaba,
Okay.
and she would say, "No, this is not guayaba. This is guava." And you like it because it comes from the United States. So I would drink it. Even I mean, she was a master. A
I
master.
we got our son was like we were trying to get him to experiment with food, and my wife one time went out to the store with him or maybe by herself, and she bought a bunch of canned juices in the like international aisle, and one of them was guava juice. And
Yeah.
guava juice I think is like, I know I'm okay with it now, but it was not a flavor that like by itself I want to drink. Like if it's mixed
No.
into like something that's like, you know, uh fruit cocktail kind of drink, then I'm all for it. But if it's just straight guava juice,
Yeah.
I'm like,
You have. Yeah.
go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No. I mean, it's a weird flavor, especially if you're forced to drink it when you're a kid.
I can't picture what the flavor is right now, but I just know that it's not like if I have my choice between that and orange juice, I'm gonna go orange juice every time.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely.
So were you relatively experimental with art as a kid?
Always. I loved experimenting with materials, and I used to draw on my walls, and
Uh-oh.
I was very free.
Is
Very
that
free in that way.
Was your mom threatening you with guava juice if you didn't stop, or if you didn't stop drawing on the walls?
Well, no, I have to say, I had the best mom ever. She was so understanding of my needs.
Was she in the arts, or a supporter of the arts?
She was not, although she was a great actress when she was young. So I think some of the artistry might have come, I mean, from there.
Yeah, some of the respect for the arts
Yeah,
was built in. Not necessarily visual arts, but
more
something of the same.
performing arts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and when you were a little kid, did you know? I mean, I mentioned the idea of being an illustrator or like being in kidlit, but did you know early on that you wanted to be more illustrative, or was it a I just want to make art?
Well, no, I think illustration has always been like my biggest interest. When I was
What
a little girl, I remember I won an award for illustrating my headmaster in school.
what what do you mean you illustrate? Like you drew a picture of it?
I drew a picture of him, and it was such a bad picture. I mean, I remember it very vividly,
Okay.
but he found that so funny, and he thought it was amazing, and they gave me an award for it.
Wait, was the award a thing that was already pre-existing, or was it they gave you an award because they saw what you did?
I don't really know. I don't really know. I have a book that says that I won the prize because the prize was a book, which is great. But I don't know if it was a pre-existing award
Yeah.
or if maybe he felt sorry.
I
And
was
he
gonna
was
say,
like,
I thought it'd be
maybe
the
he
other way.
wanted.
He felt honored, and so he thought this was so glorious that you had drawn this picture that he must reward you in some way. But you went
Well,
the other direction. He was
I don't know.
horrified by it.
I think so because it wasn't very flattering. I don't know.
So, what sparked the move towards psychology then? Like, obviously,
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people have that, like, well, I didn't know if I could make it in art, or I wanted something that was more secure, or my parents didn't like me being an artist.
It was,
Um,
yeah, it was more my parents. I'm sorry. I know you're hearing my mom and dad maybe, but they, they they wanted me to have like a proper career, and
okay.
they thought art was more of a hobby.
And
So
have you
yeah,
come back now to rub it in their face
I
and to
did,
say,
and they
yeah,
they said sorry. I know.
like,
No,
you
I
thought
know
you were
it's
so
hard for
right.
them.
I think that's the tale of most parents, honestly, is that
Yeah,
like they want security, and being an artist is, it's not to say that you can't have security, but it is definitely a harder path than the straight and narrow.
yeah.
Um, and so I get it, but you actually split this world that probably is like, I when I was younger, I thought I was going to be a chef or I was going to be an artist, and now that I'm older, I'm pretty sure that if I wasn't an artist, I'd want to be a psychologist or a therapist or something of the sort.
Yeah.
Um, and so, like, I love thinking about how people think, and like, especially in like social situations, like,
Hmm.
helping people out through struggles they have. That's right in my wheelhouse. Um, what? So you went to school for art therapy, or no? You went to school for psychology, right?
Yeah, I did psychology first, and I have to say I really liked it. It
What
wasn't my passion, but it was very interesting to study.
What do you mean? Like, it wasn't your passion in the sense of, like, obviously art is probably where you wanted to be,
Yeah.
but what made you pick that then if it wasn't your passion?
Well, it was sort of because I actually started studying law, which is absolutely the opposite of what I am.
Okay.
But I don't know why it was so weird. I only did one semester of law and then changed to psychology. And
Okay.
there I found more, I mean, it's very interesting, like you say, human behavior and understanding like the brain and how we think and how we behave in society and stuff like that. And it was very close to art in a way, because art is a very internal, like an internal movement that you, like a need that you have.
Yeah.
So I am, yeah, I think it was that.
So did you know at the beginning of starting to study psychology that art therapy was the end goal at that time, or was
I
that sort
did.
of
I started studying psychology because I wanted to make a connection with art that was
okay?
valid for my parents. That was, yeah.
Yeah, who we appreciate and we
I
think
do
are the
love them.
best parents ever.
They are. They are. But I think it's very hard for their generation to understand how we can actually create paths of
Yeah.
work through our passions. So
Well,
I understand where they were coming from. So
I mean, admittedly, as being a parent now, I know that probably like if my son wanted to go to art school, I would probably be fine with it in the sense of like, who am I to say he can't go when I went?
yeah,
But I also know that I would have the same questions.
yeah.
I would have all the same concerns of like, how is this going to pan out? But because it honestly doesn't work out for everybody. Not everybody ends up getting a beautiful career in art. But I know that like as a parent, I want to be supportive in whatever venture he wants to take. Did when you when you got the sort of the art degree or the psychology degree, I keep saying art there. When you got the psychology degree and you were doing the art therapy, was there still that like the inkling in your mind at that time of like, this isn't the end goal, this is just the step towards it? Or was it like, I'm going to be a psychologist and hopefully I'll just make art at some point?
Well, I think with art therapy, I got like that's sort of out of the way because I was very close to art. And
Yeah.
I thought that I was going to do that for the rest of my life. But then there was some magic when somehow we ended up doing stories with kids in the therapy sessions. And that's when I realized the power that
Yeah.
these books have. So I mean, I've always dreamed of becoming an author and illustrator, I think. And art therapy is still there in the background. Sometimes I still have clients and we do workshops. So it's never been far from what I do.
It's yeah, it's probably, I mean, ultimately it's probably hard to remove that part of your life.
Yeah.
Or to somehow disconnect from that fully because of your, I mean, it's the equivalent of, did you go to art school at all?
I did not.
Okay.
It's all self-taught.
Okay. I was going to say, it's sort of like for me, I may want to do stuff different and try things that I wouldn't, or that sort of break the rules of art, but it is very hard to do because of, I still have the history of being in art school.
Yeah.
And knowing the rules. And I imagine that's somewhat similar probably to the idea of, it's hard to break away from the understanding of psychology and its effects through art therapy on people.
Yeah.
Whether you want to or not, you're still thinking like, oh, how's this going to affect someone? And how's this going to be used? Did you know at the time that the kidlit side, like, because the books that you have are very sort of like spun in a positive light, or like in a very sort of they deal with emotions and they deal with like interpersonal relationships. And I mean, having a book that's called Sometimes All I Need Is Me is clearly a book that is about accepting yourself and whatnot. Did you know right away that that was the type of book that you wanted to make, or was that just a an
no
connect right off the bat? Go ahead. I don't want to.
I had another book idea first, and it's still in the making. I have to say it has been for years, but the Sometimes All I Need Is Me book was actually a post that I made on Instagram, and
Okay.
my agent said something like, "This has to be a book. You have to make this post a book," and she gave me that idea. It was her that made me go and explore that feeling of empowerment in kids, that they can go to others when they are in need, but they also have themselves.
So you're going to give away all the credit for that?
Well, no, because I
just
did the post.
Yeah.
I mean, it was her idea to make it a book. But
Yeah.
yeah, I did the post. I mean, I did the little drawing with a writing.
She,
And
in my mind,
yeah.
she barely helped. All she did was point out one thing, and then you did all the hard work. It's I know your agent may be watching tonight, so hey agent, I'm trying to remember
Erica.
Erica, yeah, Erica Randy Silverman. That Erica, if you are listening, we appreciate you, and I tease. Uh, did have you had a really like positive response with the books in that kind of market of the sort of art therapy world?
Yeah, I did. Well, yeah, this one I wasn't expecting it to be so well received, it because it was my first one.
Yeah.
And I was so humbled to see the effect it had. It was it was a beautiful experience.
Wait a second. I realized, did you make a book that was about this kind of stuff just so when you were seeing clients, you could go, hey, I got a book I recommend?
Yeah, that was my that was my target, to sell my merch.
Yeah. There's the idea of like the professor who says like, you must buy my book for this class.
Yeah.
That's what that's smart.
Yeah, that's marketing.
Yeah.
That's all me. Only money.
Yeah. Hook 'em early. Hook 'em early. So going back to sort of the early start of all this. So you're in this world of therapy and in the world of psychology, and then all of a sudden you jump into kidlit. Was there a how do I put this? Like, art therapy is very well, this is a dumb statement. I was about to say is very therapeutic, which doesn't make any. That's a really dumb statement. But art therapy is a very rewarding and holistic thing that people do.
Yeah.
And then you get in the world of commercial art. Was there where sometimes it's like, just get the job done. Who cares? Get the job done. And not all, I'm not saying all the art directors are like that, but sometimes there are people that are very sort of less about the feelings, especially on the like publisher side. Sometimes it's about sales. Was there a sort of cold snap there in the sense of like your vision for things versus the reality of book publishing and book sales?
Well, I have to be very honest, and I've never felt like resistance in the kidlit world.
Yeah,
I mean, I have to say they are the nicest people ever that I work with.
Yes.
They are so nice and kind, and they, even when they are asking for revisions and stuff, they're like, oh, please, if you don't mind. And I mean, because I've also worked in graphic design, and
yeah,
the clients were very different. They were like, do this for now.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a very like nurturing form of illustration. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And not all, like, sometimes if it's advertising or whatnot, it's about like, and that's why I asked about that, like just switching it. If you were not in a commercial field before, sometimes that can be a little strange to all of a sudden get critique on things and get notes that are potentially like challenging to your idea of what the project was going to be or whatnot. But but you were prepared. You're a psychologist. You know how to deal with it. All the emotions that poured out of you.
No, I wasn't prepared. Well, I worked in graphic design before, and there I found it very harsh. The clients were very harsh, and they had strong feelings about anything you did, and it was very hard to please them sometimes. And
what were you doing as a graphic designer?
I was working for civic centers in Barcelona.
Okay.
So
was it like type stuff? Was it?
It was a lot of type stuff and like manuals and.
Okay.
Yeah. But
I asked because sometimes certain parts of graphic design are also more specific.
Yeah.
like a manual, of course, is probably like you must make this thing functional, or it's got to serve a very distinct purpose.
Exactly, and you have to follow lots of rules.
Yes.
And yeah. But I mean, when I changed to kidlit, I was thrilled. The people are so nice, and they were always very welcoming, and they give so much freedom when you work. So it was a really nice change.
You just you've only had good clients.
I think I have been very lucky. I have been very lucky.
They're all very good, but I want to keep you on your toes.
Okay.
Man, there's some of them, they'll cut you down so hard that they'll make you cry. They made me cry. I thought about giving up when I got there. No. Is there I mean, one of the things that I love about your work is sort of the use of shapes and the use of colors. Like that to me is the star and like the marker of your work. Very, very quickly when I look at it, is some of that because of the background in psychology and sort of like, understanding the stages of learning and whatnot for certain kids. Like shape and color is very huge for a certain age group. Is that built in, or is that just sort of naturally the style that you gravitated towards?
Well, I think there's like both. I think both, because of course, if you have smaller kids, you try to make it more colorful and more interesting, like more simple shapes, I think.
Yep.
For them to grasp onto. And also because I think I have a lot of influence from Latin folk, and it's very, very naive. The Latin folk is very naive, Latin folk art, and it's what inspires me the most. So I think it's a little bit of both.
Is there when you say, sorry, I gotta break a blade here. Hold on a second, it's gonna snap. It's really loud, I think. Maybe not. I have a disposable blade that's supposed to snap if I bend it. There it goes. I just need a sharp edge. With when you say the sort of Latin folk, like one of the things that shows up in your work too, I assume that some of this is just upbringing and like what's around you, your influences and whatnot. But there is like a distinct color palette that shows up that has to be like some element of regionality. But I assume that's what you're talking about when you say that, like the folk side of your image making.
Yeah.
And then, so I'm gonna jump to a silly question now. One of the challenges I have on these is like I feel like some of the Gavin Doodles, I get into these like serious modes, and then we start talking about death and taxes and things that are horrible. But I'm gonna switch gears here. And I asked about the flavor of your art. One of the things I look at your artwork and I immediately hear music with your artwork.
Oh, I love that.
Like it's something about like, the colors and the patterns and the shapes all just immediately make me think of like certain textiles and things that I automatically link to sort of different sort of Latin music. And whatnot. Are you a big music person?
I am. I love music. I love music.
Now, there's this assumption probably that happens in a lot of folks. I'm not saying all the folks here in the States, but I assume there's an assumption that like all people from Colombia listen to Colombian music, and you're all listening to, again, like the drums and the rhythms and the beats of Latin music. But in reality, you may be like, you know what? I like to listen to punk and ska and whatnot. What is the source of music for you?
I think I love many types of music. I do listen to Latin music, but it's more like traditional folk also.
Okay.
I'm not really into reggaeton and everything that's up and coming nowadays. But I do love rock music also, and I do love American folk,
Okay.
country music. I think many types of music.
Polka.
Polka, not well. I don't really know much about polka.
That's my go-to anytime. Like my son is, we want to put on music in the background. I'll yell out at Alexa, or in class I do this a lot too, just to mess with students. I'll throw on like some polka music, like as if it's something that I just regularly tune into at home, but totally not. I mean, I probably fit polka music. It probably looks very much like a music that I would listen to, but it is not my normal jam. Let's put it that way. Do you, when you're making artwork, do you listen to music? Do you watch stuff? Do you?
I do both. Sometimes I'm in the mood of like, it's actually more like hearing series and stuff.
Okay.
Because you don't really watch them.
Yeah.
Drawing.
So as long as you're not one of those weirdos who can't have music on,
no.
And I say it in a mean way, one of those weirdos who needs to be dead silent when they work.
Oh, I can't be silent.
Yeah.
I need some sort of sounds.
a little jazz playing in the background.
Yes, I love jazz.
To rely on. Is there like I was talking with Lisk this Tuesday, I was asking about some of that, like what do you listen to, what do you watch, etc. And one of the things that came up was the like putting a movie and a show on in the background. And I've never understood people that could do that personally, because I look too easily towards the screen and would get confused. Yeah. Are you someone, like, not to say that you have to have no music or anything of the sort, but are you someone that needs that like focus time though?
No, I mean I can watch, I can hear a movie in the background. I also love hearing podcasts.
Okay, what podcasts are you listening to? I have
to say I love true crime.
Okay, no. This makes sense.
It's very weird to be doing kids' books and listening to true crime at the same time.
Just like, I'm going to draw a little kid playing with a mouse, and at the background you hear like, and her body was found in a dumpster.
I know, like, it's terrible. But I just find it so interesting, like the research part, like the psychological part also. So
yeah. No, I get it. I listened to a couple of them just the other day. I was listening to them. Now, I don't listen to it much when I'm doing artwork, because most of the time I'm on here.
Yeah.
But same sentiment of like, I don't listen to necessarily kid-friendly stuff. I don't listen to like nursery rhymes in the background as I'm making artwork.
Mother Goose.
Yeah, it's all the amount of times. Oh man, Peter Pumpkin Eater is my favorite thing to listen to. Is there stuff that you like the true crime? Is there stuff that you're listening to right now, like ones that you would recommend? You're like, you know what, if you want to draw the cutest little kids playing around in an image, what you got to listen to is this dead thing. Is there one that you're like, this is the go-to for you?
I was really like engaged with My Favorite Murder.
Okay.
And they have so many cases and stuff. And they're funny also. So.
It's like two ladies that run that one, right?
Okay. And they're funny.
Is it Georgia somebody?
Yeah. Georgia and Karen, I think.
Yep. I've listened to that one a few times in the past. And there's there's that one, and there's The Last House on the Left.
That's a good one also.
Yeah, I most of the time, do you know who Keith Morrison is?
I do not.
So there's this show called Dateline NBC here in the States, and oftentimes they do those, like a TV show about some criminal or whatever, but there's a guy on it named Keith Morrison who is known for his tone. He's got this like really like and the murderer was about to be discovered. And the way that he reads it is super kind of like campy and fun.
I love that.
So it's, if you haven't listened to those, I'll send you some recommendations.
Yes, please.
They're like a 6-part miniseries, and they are very, very fun because of his delivery. They're not fun because someone died generally.
No,
I'll give it. I'll back up and say that they're hilarious. You gotta listen.
No, I mean, that's the weird thing, because it's not. I mean, it's a horrible, horrible subject, and it's terrible, but it's somehow interesting to me, like the psychology part and the research and the detective work. And
yes, the detective work is the thing that always gets me, where I get caught up in like, oh, are they gonna nab him?
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna find
it's like a mystery, and
yeah. and it's, okay, so when you're listening to those, and again, drawing cute little things, are you screaming in the background like, no, they wouldn't do that, or like, I can't believe he dumped the body there, or that kind of thing, or are you quiet through it all?
I think I talk to myself a lot, so I might be commenting on my podcasts.
Now, do you work during the day at home, or are you a nighttime?
I do both. Sometimes, yeah.
And
it depends.
Are you listening to these murder podcasts while your kid is home?
No, well, when he's home, I have to be more like present for him, so I don't get to be.
Are you telling me someone that's a psychologist doesn't just tune their kid out?
No,
like,
I can't.
Fend for yourself. It is. I've heard things about from various folks about it is a very common thing for people in kidlit to listen to murder podcasts, and maybe it's extremely common.
Oh my God, I love that.
One, because it's like, it's fun just to listen to those kind of podcasts, whether you're an artist or not. But I also think some of it, like in my mind, is it counters the idea of working on things that have to be cute and wonderful all the time. Like, you can't live in a world of smiles, or those smiles don't seem as bright and happy if everybody's smiling. And every once in a while, you need to see a frown in order to know that, like, you got to be down before you can come up. I suppose that's. I sound really smart saying that, just so everybody knows.
But you're right. I think we need a little darkness sometimes.
Yeah, you need to. It's that, like, it's okay to cry.
Yeah.
And I never do that because I'm real masculine.
Yeah.
Men never
don't cry. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sad ever. I never let people in.
You cannot have feelings.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is people who have feelings are the weakest people ever.
Lame. I know.
Yeah. They just give up and let the tears fall. Like, I can't believe it.
I have to say, I am a big crier.
Are you?
I love to cry. Yes. I cry over everything. Everything makes me cry, of joy and sadness.
Are you, well, wait, when you say of joy and sadness, are you someone who cries like, meaning like things that make you happy also make you cry?
All the time. I can see a cute puppy and I cry.
Oh, okay. That's like my wife a little bit. She's one of those folks who, like, especially animal stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
Or babies. Like, one of the ones that gets me is like babies who are in pain, or like, or crying for their mama or whatever. And I know that as a mother, there's actually like chemicals that are released when you hear a baby crying.
Yeah.
But as a father, I can say I still get those things like, oh, this is painful to listen to. I need to go solve it.
Yeah.
Is now, when you're a crier, are you like a blubbering mess, or like?
I can ugly cry. I can give you the ugliest cry ever if you want. But
or is it more just a single tear rolls down your face.
No, I'm not that elegant. I'm more of a passionate crier.
And then
I would love to have just a little tiny tear and be so ever so subtle.
just that one thing, and you're like,
Yeah,
relief,
I know.
and I can move on now.
No, I am one of those criers that gasp for air. Like,
I'm trying to think of, like, I've said this on here before, like there's certain things that get me to cry. Like the one that gets me to cry is whenever I think of, and I'm gonna hold back right now, is thinking of kids who pass away early. Now we got real dark all of a sudden.
No, like, I get you. Yeah,
like
that's the worst.
Where it's out of the control of the kid.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's like, it's really painful. Like kids having to be in the hospital for long periods of time for a disease.
God.
Like that will get me all the time if I really like think about it. But outside of that, there is very little that I grieve for in a way, but then it's just random things will make me teary, or things that, like, oftentimes like movies, if it's a subject matter that just sort of hits home. But the one that gets me is having to put pets down. That's the most recent.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible.
And it's, I'm not the one like actually, doing the service, let's put it that way. Yeah. But again, it's things that are out of my control is very hard to deal with. See, I told you we get into these really tough topics. Let's jazz it up here. Let's talk about something more fun than crying over putting animals down. Yeah. Okay.
See, we need darkness when doing kids growing.
Let's talk about murder again.
Let's do.
Okay, so if you had to murder someone, who would get real dark all of a sudden? Is there when you're working on your books, one of the things that I have had, I'm looking at my feed right now and I'm blurry for some reason. Hopefully it will come back in a second. But one of the things that I always love to do when I'm working is to keep things experimental, fun, and the more that I can sort of giggle and laugh or have an enjoyable time, that makes me want to work. I imagine with your work that not only that, but you're all smiles the entire time that you make it. Is that true, or is that a falsity, a fallacy?
Well, as much as I cry, I smile too. So there's a balance. So, no, I think I am a pretty happy person in general.
Okay. I don't know why I laugh at that. I laugh and then I feel bad because I laugh. I'm pretty happy
because
person.
You're mean. No.
Yeah, because I'm giggling in the background for some reason. It's hilarious. I can't believe it that you're happy.
Why is it funny? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Is it like when you're working, are you actually smiling a lot of the time, or is it? Are you like when I was little, and I still do it to this day, my tongue will stick out when I'm working because I'm concentrating, and it's that like, I don't know why my tongue sticks out. It doesn't give me some like aerodynamic thing or something that makes it easier to draw. But are you someone that's just like wee the whole time?
No.
Okay.
I think I am. How can I say this? Like going through all the emotions.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to reveal. You don't have to reveal your secrets here. It's okay. Yeah.
I am telling you my darkest
I know.
secrets.
Let's open up your journal and dive in.
No, but I think I am a very sensitive person, and I think that's good for art.
Yeah.
So I do go through lots of emotions when I'm working.
It'd be so great if you, like, coming from art therapy, if you actually just said like emotions should have no place with art, and like you just totally counter. Yeah. People who do that just don't get it. They shouldn't be in art. They have no place in it. You get real hyper specific. And then, but the question I ask a lot of people too, that is sort of like, you get your first book back.
Yeah.
Was that tears? Was that smiles? Was that fear? Was that anger? What sort of popped out at that moment?
I was so happy. So happy. I cried very happy tears.
I don't know why, like every time you say that you cried, I'm like giggling, but I'm giggling, I think, because it's just like.
But it's funny. I mean, I know it's funny because I actually, when they gave me the Ezra Jack Kids honor,
Yeah.
I screamed. Like I started crying and I screamed and I scared everyone in my home. And they were like, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" And I'm like, "No, I won an honor." And they, yeah, I was very expressive.
Is there with I was gonna say, you mentioned the idea of like you smile a lot too, and I just imagine you like doing that sort of that fake smile, like you're trying to pretend that you're happy. You're crying, but you have that like awkward smile going on the whole time. Like,
I
oh,
have,
this is great.
yeah. I do the worst awkward smile when they take a picture.
Oh,
I am the worst at posing for pictures.
do they do class photos down there of like the students?
Yeah, they do.
Like, did you get, and
Those
did your, is it a boy or girl?
my son.
Did you get that awkward stage where like it's the like fake? I wish the camera isn't pointed at me and I'm doing the like not knowing how to smile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I still have it, and I feel like my lips start shaking because it's such a fake smile. Yeah, I'm not good with pictures, with photos.
The quivering mouth as you try to manage.
The quivering mouth and the weird gaze. Yeah.
Let's see, I'm trying to figure out. I'm not sure. This is the first time I'm actually drawing something where like I have a very distinct goal, not just in like what it's got to look like, but it's serving a purpose. And so I'm gonna have to think about what I'm doing here on some of these pieces. As you sort of jumped into the kidlit world, what caught you off guard?
What got me off guard? I think.
Yeah.
I would have to say like the contracts and how much work it takes to get a book out. Like it takes a long time.
Were you expecting just like was there a length of time that you were looking at going like, well, that's what it's going to be, or was it you had no knowledge and it just?
I had no knowledge. I had no knowledge and I didn't know what to expect. But yeah, I think it surprised me to see how much work it takes to get a book out into the world.
And not just a book, but like, yeah, or not just books, but like a singular book. Yeah. The amount of time and effort that goes into just one.
Yes.
Is
and all the team. I mean, there's so many people working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there were you was that something you just discovered as you worked on it, or was that something that like you sort of knew? Did someone inform you? Let's put it that way.
I think I somehow did a little research before jumping into it.
Okay.
But then as you work, you realize that it's much more than you expected. Like so many people working on everything, like marketing and design and printing and everything, and it's wonderful, I think.
Or when you don't get your notes back in the first week after you send it in.
Yeah.
And you go, what's taking them so long? Don't they care about me? Did they forget about me? And I'm nothing to them anymore. That's some of the thoughts I had.
Yeah, no, I get it. I am like you, I think.
Like I overanalyze. I mean, even to this day, I have one of the books I'm supposed to be working on right now. The manuscript hasn't come in, and the sketches were due last week.
Yeah.
And I still haven't gotten the manuscript, and I keep writing. And in reality, every time I write, they go, "Oh, it's coming. We're sorry. We're running behind. It's going to be a little bit longer. Don't worry about it. We'll give you extra time. You don't have to overthink it." But of course, the OCD side of me immediately goes, no, I need it now. Please get it to me now, or else. And I probably put a lot of stress on them every time I write them, asking for like an update on it. Are you? This is going to be a loaded question. You're an art therapist. You should be able to handle this one. Are you a perfectionist?
Oh my gosh.
It's the hard-hitting questions.
That's one of the things that I have been struggling like my whole life. Like I've always wanted to be perfect in what I do, because I was a big nerd when I was a kid. So I think I have that expectation really high.
Okay.
And it has been hard to like let go of that and just enjoy the process.
Are you like, is there certain things that you are willing to let go of, and certain things that you're like, no matter how much I want to let go, I should not in this case, because it's like important to you? Like for me, I know that I need to be have fun and loose, but I also know at the same time I can't fully go crazy because there's a perfectionist or there's a clarity or a cleanness that I want in my work.
Yeah.
So as much as I want to play and like mash paint around, I also know in the end I want this to look nice when it's printed and not just look like a hot mess.
Yeah, and also you kind of jump ahead the revisions.
Yeah.
Because if you deliver something that is already almost perfect, then you have to do less work with the revisions, I think.
I mean, I don't hand in stuff that's almost perfect ever. I'll admit that, but I don't think I've ever gotten no notes back. That would be amazing. But I definitely have had some where I get very few notes back, and it is very exciting.
Yes,
like,
I know.
Oh, they're gonna hate this thing. They're gonna want this changed, and you get it back, and you're like, wait. That page is okay. They're gonna let that through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're really almost satisfied of the work that you gave. So yeah, I understand that.
Is there books that you've been that you assumed were, a no-go or rough or challenging in some way, and then you get notes back and it really is just like smooth sailing?
Yeah, I've had a few, and well, there's one that's coming out soon, How to Eat a Mango. I mean, they gave me almost no revisions. It was like a dream come true. So yeah, I would say that one.
I'm trying to think if there have been times where not recently, but there were times where I have handed in notes to people, or not notes, but sketches to people, and they have come back with like, oh, I didn't realize you were going to be so fast with the finish. And now this was early on because it was a different aesthetic. But that idea of like, no, wait, that's just the sketch. Like you're jumping the gun. They assume that like, because I do sometimes do a very cleaned up sketch.
Yeah.
It's not color, it's not, shaded or anything of the sort, but I take the time to make the choices relatively perfect in my mind.
Yeah.
But sometimes the perception is like, well, you're all done. You already did it all. And it's like, no, this is just an idea phase. This isn't the finished sketch, or this isn't the final of the artwork. Do you sketch in color?
I don't. I would like to. Well, no, I don't. Because I think like I want to get the color as soon as everything is revised.
Yeah.
And then I don't have to go back and color again. But I mean, you're very lucky if they think your work is already done with the sketches.
Well, I mean,
you must be amazing.
It's not that they think the work is done. They think I'm already on to the final stage of sketches.
Well, that's great.
And to me, it was like the equivalent of a thumbnail.
Yeah.
or something that was really like crude or rough, and then they come back and like, oh, you really nailed this down. And I'm like surprised that that would be their interpretation that went along with it. But that doesn't happen most of the time. I will tell you that much. Most of the time it's you got to fix A, B, C, D, E, F, G all the way down. And it's not a perfect world. Are there things that you hate in the kidlit world? And don't say the art directors, because you'll lose some jobs with that.
No.
But
that I hate.
I absolutely, I will tell you right now, one of the things I hate, just to give you a reference point, I do not like that I have to draw the same characters over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Some people like that. Some people are absolutely about that.
Yeah.
But I'm someone who likes to play.
Yeah.
And when you start to put in that you have to use the same character over and over, it feels like I get locked in too quickly.
Yeah.
And that's something that, like, that's not necessarily it's a kidlit problem, but it's a problem with me and my relationship to kidlit. And I know there's lots of people out there who think like, oh, I want to do this for a career, and then all of a sudden they realize like, oh shoot, it's a lot more complicated than just having a good time drawing pictures, because there is that like maintenance of character design or what have you.
Yeah. I get it. Character design is hard. It's hard work, and you have to prepare, like study a lot the character to get it right in every spread. Yeah. But I don't dislike it. I realize it's hard work, but it's not like I'm like, I don't want to do it.
Yeah. You're not fighting yourself every day to start the process or to make.
You know what I don't like? I don't like drawing cars.
Okay.
I am not a car person, so I have no idea how to draw cars, and it takes a long time, and that's what I don't like, when I have to draw, like, transportation.
That makes sense. I would venture to say I'm the same way. Like if there's something that needs to be relatively realistic when it comes to a car, like, count me out. I have no interest in that. If I can draw a little cartoony, weird looking car, absolutely. I'm in. But I think that there are plenty of people that are great with the design and the tech side of drawing a car, but not me.
I'm not a fan of that.
But if you got a job that was that had cars in it, you would do it, of course, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I would do my best.
You would be crying the whole time.
I would be ugly crying, but no. No, I would give it a go. Okay. I think I can. Yeah.
Is it the same thing with architecture?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is very hard to draw buildings, and very like you say, realistic sort of shapes.
Yeah, it's for me. It's straight lines.
Yeah.
It's and like I can draw a straight line. That's not the issue, but it feels very counterintuitive to me to try to focus and make things squared up and perfect. And that's where like I have the challenge with cars.
Yeah.
Is it's not just drawing a thing that looks like a car. It's making sure that it's perfectly a car, and that is not the type of world that I want to live in or play in with my art.
Yeah.
Is there something that you love to draw?
I love to draw animals and people, plants, nature, anything that's more fluid, I think. And imaginary characters I love. Like, they don't exist. Like, you wouldn't see a blue skinned person. But I love that.
Well, obviously you haven't watched Star Trek recently then, because
I have never watched Star Trek.
Never. Oh boy.
Never ever. I've never had the chance. I don't know why, but I've never watched it.
I am very disappointed in you.
I know you would be.
That's
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mike. Yeah. Bye. No.
Well, wait. What do you watch then? If you think you're so good, if you think you're so special, And you're not willing to watch Star Trek.
If I don't watch Star Trek, I should never live.
Yeah. You should give up now, because there's nothing finer than a person in some latex paint or some latex mask on and a weird shiny costume.
I know. I saw your wife posted in her stories amazing stuff about Star Trek, but I've never watched it.
Okay, I'll send you some stuff about podcasts that you need to listen to, and then I'm going to send you every meme I can find about Star Trek.
I love that.
To haunt you for the rest of your life.
Turn me into a Trekkie, please.
Yeah. Oh, it's don't you dare say Trekkie. It's Trekker.
Sorry, Trekker.
I'm just kidding. I would say Trekkie too, but technically Trekker is the one you're supposed to say.
I'm so sorry. I don't know.
I know. For someone who's about positivity, and why not you just threw everybody under the bus.
I'm so sorry, people. Please forgive me.
You didn't know there was a big Trekker group that watches this every.
I know. I'm sorry.
There's totally not. There's like 2 people on here. They're probably like, yeah, we talk about it sometimes, but
no. But I do think there's a very big population that loves Star Trek.
There is. I'm not that great at it, or that particular about it. But we are watching the Star Trek Next Generation, and so we do have a love for that.
That's awesome.
So what do you watch?
Well, I watch also all sort of things. I've been watching the Netflix 3-Body Problem.
Oh yeah, okay.
I haven't finished it yet. Please don't spoil me if you watched it.
So I asked Lisk about this because Lisk said they were watching this too.
Yeah.
Is this one about bodies that are found 3 different times throughout history?
No. This is a new one. It's based on books.
Yeah.
But I won't tell you anything because it's very hard to explain what it's about.
Okay.
And it's also interesting to find out if you watch it.
Okay. No, I probably should watch it. In fact, I probably will at some point. But I'm getting it confused with something else that came out. There was some show that was about like the same body was found at 3 different points throughout history.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, I saw that trailer too, but I didn't.
Yeah. Okay. So not the same thing. That's all I need to know.
It's another one.
Okay. Good. And then are you watching that while you're making beautiful kid work?
I am not. I am drawing with music, and then I watch that with my husband then in the evening.
Is your husband in the arts?
He's a musician.
So that's a big old yes.
Yes.
Now, what kind of music does he play?
He plays folk and rock.
Okay. That'd be amazing if you said it was polka.
What would be the odds? I mean, it would be perfection. I should have said polka, actually.
We just laugh for...
we would be ugly crying, laughing.
What was I gonna say? Shoot, I just lost it. My brain went kaput. What's your work schedule like? I mean, I asked about sort of like, do you work late into the night a little bit? I think maybe I didn't. I don't know. Did you answer that already?
No.
Okay.
Not exactly.
Yeah.
I work whenever I have the time to work, because being a mom sometimes takes a lot of work. So any time space that I have to work, I do. Yeah, I try to work consistently, like an office hour, but it's never what I imagined. It's never, yeah.
Stuff gets in the way.
Yeah, sometimes, but yeah.
And
I manage. What?
Are you full-time freelance right now?
I am full-time freelance.
Okay. And so, yeah, that's the challenge of like, I'm not full-time freelance. I teach. That's my day job. But I definitely have gotten to the point wherein I am, what do I want to say? Like the days that I can work on stuff for myself tend to end up becoming days where I'm working on things around the house too, because those need to get solved. And, you know, it's just life gets in the way.
Yeah.
Not that I am angry at life for getting in the way, but it definitely, like, you're sitting around and all of a sudden it's like, oh shoot, there's something wrong with the dishwasher. I got to go fix it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, day is sort of shot.
Yes. Exactly.
Is there? Are you working? And obviously, I was about to say, are you working at home? But that's true. Being that you're, you know, sometimes the day gets in the way.
Yeah, I am always working at home.
Do you have a separate studio, or is it? Do you have a, like, what's your space like for that?
It's always at home. I have my space at home, but I wish it had like it was a little bit more private, so I could just isolate and work with more privacy, I think.
Are you working, because you're working on the iPad? Are you just out in the main, like, living space, or do you have a studio area?
I work mainly on the iPad, and sometimes, yeah, I move around with my iPad, so it's easy. But sometimes I do like to do, like, use other materials and stuff, so it would be great to have like a big studio.
Are you constantly out in front of people, so it's hard to avoid eye contact? They look at you, they're like, I know you're there and you can't hide from me.
Something like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Let me see. Is that too bright? Let me see what this does. Oh, that's okay. Is there with your son? Is your son someone that's interested in the arts?
My son is a very tech little guy. He's
okay.
He's great at technology. I mean, he's like, you know what, Mom? I'm gonna create an arcade, and he's doing a project where he's actually doing all the electronics for an arcade. So
he's very, very smart, is what you're saying.
He is very smart. It's not only because he's my son, but he is very smart. He's wonderful.
It's I get it. Yeah, you're very proud.
I am.
Yeah, and you have to say that because your son is listening right now, right?
I think he's not.
Okay, good.
I don't think he cares so much.
Yeah, what's he really like then, huh?
No, I'm very lucky to have him as my son. He's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. My wife and I are both artists, and then my son is not necessarily not an artist, but he's the engineer of the bunch, and he's the one that can figure out all the, like, bells and whistles of things that go over my head.
That's great.
He's the math kid.
Yeah,
he knows the math, and I struggle with most of it. With when you did the psychology stuff, was that something that was easy for you, or was that something that, you know, coming with a artistic brain took some effort?
The math part of psychology took some effort.
Wait, what math part of psychology?
There is a lot of maths in psychology, because for research you have to do a lot of statistics and,
okay.
Yeah, that wasn't easy for me.
Okay, for some reason my mind, when you said math, I was like, I didn't know if that was like with clientele, but
no.
Yeah, on the scientific data side.
Yeah,
of
on
things.
the research stuff.
Did you have to get a master's?
No, I didn't. I just did psychology.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say.
And then, well, art therapy is kind of a master somehow. Well, it was another.
The reason I asked is that idea of, like, doing the research. I always assumed that was something that was related to specifically, like, grad school or something that was on the, like, did you have to do a thesis and everything for your undergrad?
Yeah. I did, and we did a lot of research in my university.
Interesting. Okay. Well, what was your thesis? What was the thing you were trying to prove?
Oh my gosh, it's horrible. but it was a testing, how to test for kids sexual assaults. So
Oh,
it's horrible.
okay, yeah, let's avoid that.
Yeah,
So on to the next subject.
it's the dark side.
Yeah.
It's a very important subject, but
yes, yeah.
I don't like it.
Not for those that are listening. They're like, people are tuning off real quick.
No.
Okay, so let's we'll lighten the mood. Let's go back to a light mood. Ready? Here we go. If you could be if you could be an animal, because you said you liked animals. So
I love it.
I imagine you have one just in your back pocket here of, if you had to be an animal, what animal would you want to be and why? And then the follow-up question I ask people is, what animal would you actually be and why?
Oh, I love that one. Oh my gosh. Wait, let me think. I would love to be something like a blue whale.
Whoa, okay. Why is that?
I think it's such a peaceful way to live.
Okay.
They're very, very calm, and they have this beautiful music and community, and I don't know, I feel like their movement is so peaceful. I would love to be some like a majestic animal like that, like, but in reality I would be like a bird. So, I would be a chicken. No.
Yeah, you want to be majestic, but instead you're just squawking at people the whole time.
I would be a chicken.
That parrot that until they're like 150 years old.
Yes.
And, yeah, just
yes.
Yells at people at the door when they come to the house. That's what you end up being. Now let's add to the equation. What mythical beast would you want to be?
I love unicorns. I know it's such a cliche, but I love unicorns, and I've always loved unicorns.
Now why though? What's special about them? And don't say the horn. It can't be just like that.
No, it's not the horn. It's just because they're supposed to be like really pure creatures,
okay,
like with no evil and just kindness, and very sensitive animals. I don't know.
And you know that for a fact.
I know that for a fact because I was a big fan of unicorns when I was growing up.
You had a unicorn, and so you can prove that? You have scientific study that goes with that?
I had many books.
Okay.
Many books that were, of course, not scientific, but for me were the truth.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they from what I heard is they're absolute jerks.
No, they're not.
Oh yeah. That's the word on the street is you don't ever get into a fight with a unicorn because all they do is make fun of your parents. They make jokes about your mother, and then they laugh and they take their horn off and they pretend that they're you and make dumb noises like duh duh duh. That's
so unicorns are big bullies. Yeah. That's what you're saying. I don't think so.
I'm telling you, that's the word on the street around here.
What creature would you be?
Well, okay, animal. I've said this before. Like, I would want to be a lion or something like that. But I actually think that I would be just some sort of oafish bear.
Oh,
like there's. Do you know what a sun bear is?
What is a sun bear?
They're sort of. They're not like majestic like a grizzly bear or anything of the sort. They're just sort of big and oafish. They're not as cool as like a grizzly or a black bear or anything of the sort. But there's a picture of one, I think it's a sun bear, I could be wrong, that just woke up from like hibernation and its hair is all messed up.
I love that.
And like that's the kind of bear that I'd probably end up being.
The hibernation part of the birds is really interesting and really appealing, I think.
Just the part where you get to shut down for a long time sounds really good, right?
That sounds great.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've never answered the mythological creature one, but
what would you be?
Like a minotaur or that kind of thing. mean, there is part of me that goes like, I would end up probably being an ogre, but that's not necessarily what I would want to be.
But I do like evil characters as well. Like the the dark characters are really cool.
Yeah.
Usually.
Let's see. What would I be, or what would I want to be? Oh man, that's a tough one.
It is.
You know what? It's not I was gonna say it's not a mythological creature, but I like the idea of being a wizard, like wise and old and like sage advice side of things. But that's not necessarily a mythological creature. So let's see.
That would be like an alter ego.
Yeah. Like okay, a mythological thing. And this is like, I don't know if it's around the world everybody knows about this, but do you know who Paul Bunyan is?
I don't.
Paul Bunyan was a folklore hero in the United States who was a lumberjack, and he plowed the fields and made mountains with his plow, and he he created the Grand Canyon, this big crevasse in the United States with his plow, and he pulled I think the mountains up from the ground, and so it was like this big brute strength guy. But he had a giant blue ox, like his pal, his friend, whatever you want to say. To me, that would be kind of cool. Like if I can't be a human, being the giant big blue ox would be pretty cool.
That sounds amazing. Just the blue part of it. Yeah, it's really.
Yeah. That's the part that I would like, is the blue part. And I don't think he had any like magical powers beyond, he was just like blue and big.
You just need to be blue and that's it.
And I'm okay then. That's okay for me to manage. I'm trying to think if there's got to be some other mythological creature that's cooler than blue ox, but
I think that's great.
In Colombia, do you guys have interesting like folk heroes like that?
Oh my gosh, there's the scariest tales. We have horrible mythical creatures that were supposed to scare us.
Like what? give me an example.
There was one, well, I don't know if you heard of La Llorona, which is very Mexican as well.
I don't know that one.
It's a woman that lost her kids, and then she tries to steal babies from families and stuff.
We were trying to stay sweet and innocent.
That's why it's always about darkness, isn't it? But that's a very Latin quality. We have very weird, scary characters in our culture. Okay. We also have it's not appropriate. So many characters that are very scary.
Like I know that there's how close. Okay, this is gonna be, you're gonna laugh probably at this, and it makes me look really dumb. Where is Colombia, or see, I said Colombia.
Yeah.
In relation to Mexico?
Well, I have to say that I feel Mexican culture, which is huge, it depends on where in Mexico you are. But we are kind of close to them because we used to watch a lot of Mexican TV and comedians and food and music here. We have a big we're fans of Mexican culture, I think.
Is Colombia in Central America?
No, it's in South America.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. I was, all of a sudden when you started to say that you shared a lot of the same, I was trying to figure out like geographically.
No, it's more that Mexico had a huge impact in Colombia's culture because they were producing a lot of shows and movies, and they had big famous music artists, and we got all that.
Gotcha. That makes a lot more sense in my head now. Which is there not a lot makes sense in my head, but that made sense. Is there were there stories like, you mentioned the idea of things when you were growing up? Were there lots of that kind of story that you grew up with, or did you grow up with a lot of sort of commercialized like picture books and things of that sort?
Well, I had a cousin that used to tell me all the scariest stories, and they were very similar to some Mexican stories as well. But yeah, Colombia has a big tradition of scaring people, scaring kids. No, I think it was to, like that, to promote obedience and
Yeah.
good behavior and stuff like that, like the fairy tales, like traditional fairy tales.
Grimm's fairy tales.
Yes.
That were all about,
Yes,
threaten the kids and get them in order quickly.
Yes. Don't go out at night because someone will steal you and eat you and stuff like that.
Yeah, that old classic tale.
The classic tale of
gonna eat your bones and
yeah.
But did you grow up with a lot of kidlit literature, or were you someone that, like, sometimes folks in kidlit are like, yes, I had every picture book known to man, or sometimes people are very much like, no, it wasn't a thing for me back then.
I was very lucky because I went to a Colombian British school, and I got access to a lot of British kidlit when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I really loved them. I had wonderful teachers who were very into that, and I was exposed to that in my childhood.
And now that there's no those teachers aren't listening right now, right?
I know, but not all of them were great.
Okay,
but there was one specific teacher that I really wish sometimes she can hear me, because she changed my life. And her name is Helen Watson. And she was the best teacher I've ever had, because when we were reading books, she would turn the whole classroom into the book. And you would get this immersive experience of being like a character in the story. And it was fantastic.
Like props and all sorts of stuff.
Yes, like that. Yes, but it was more like the feeling, like I don't know, it was so magical. Like I was always looking forward to that class.
That does seem like that would be pretty awesome, honestly. The idea of, like, you walk in and it's a magical wonderland every day.
Yes, I remember walking into the giant peach from James and the Giant Peach. I don't know how she did it, but we were walking inside the peach, and that always kept, like, I've always carried that feeling with me when I think of kids' books.
Is there is it someone that you keep in touch with? Or
no,
you said
I don't know
if you could.
If I could. I mean, I've never heard from her again, and I would love to find her. So, Miss Watson, if you're hearing, call me.
How long ago was this, and how old was Miss Watson?
A very long time ago. It was like 30 years ago.
Okay. And Miss Watson was a spring chicken then, and so they're still up and running?
No, she was very young, so I think she
still could be.
I hope so.
Right now, she's on Instagram, and
she follows you. She follows.
Yeah. Let's hope. We'll hope.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. Is there? I mean, for me, there was lots of folks along the lines that really sort of influenced me. I was just telling students today about my high school art teacher and how he sort of tricked my parents into letting me go to art school, because he basically pretended that I was in trouble, or like to come in for parent-teacher conferences, and then the whole point was to get them in the building and then tell them about how why I should go to art school and convince them. And of course, if he hadn't done that, I wouldn't probably be going to art school in general. But I love the fact that he went to that length of trying to trick my parents showing up. But he is. I know he's old now and probably well beyond a age where he's on Instagram of any sort. But yeah, he was that sort of like hero to me as well.
Yeah.
Um,
What's his name?
His name was Daniel Craig,
Hmm.
and he was not the actor Daniel Craig. It'd be much cooler if he was. Actually, Daniel Craig would be cooler if he was my art teacher. Let's look at it.
That's right.
Yeah.
We love
it. But he didn't have those. He did not have those looks. Let's put it that way. But it was pretty cool, and probably. I see it real quick. I gotta reach out. Scott, I saw that you're on here. If you're still watching, is the sketch okay? Does that make sense? That's all I need is the answer, because I'm already working on it. Sorry, the person who's going to be doing the D&D campaign showed up, and I wanted to make sure, because I don't know what I'm doing 100% making this character, but I want to make sure he's okay with it. Otherwise, I'm running into a wall at some point. Are you someone who, when you are making your artwork, has to like take breathers from it, or are you someone who likes to like get in and just dive in deep and keep going until it's sort of over?
I think it depends. There's some projects that have me like, I need to finish now, and like I'm so into them that I can't even eat or sleep, or you know that feeling that you just have to get it done, and you're so excited, and you isolate from the world. But there are others that I need to just stop, and yeah.
There are projects that are like that sometimes for me, not all the time. Sometimes. One of the things when Lisk was on this last Tuesday, one of the things that she said that kind of sparked something in me and made me think, like, I somewhat agree, is that I'm not always having fun making art. I want to be. I want to be someone who's always having a good time doing this, but sometimes it is a job.
Yeah.
And you just got to get the job done. And that's not always the best way to look at it, but that is the way that it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about sort of your break into this industry. Were there things that you learned that were like, if you had to give advice to the youngins, to the little ones out there, little babies who haven't started into this or thinking about doing it, and you're this old wise sage, who's spent
wizard, like you were saying.
Yeah. What advice would you give them?
I would say to just, well, for me it happened through Instagram, actually, because I started posting little drawings and little stories that I made, and that's how my agent found me and reached out to represent me, and that's when the magic happened. So I would say that keep on working, like constantly, every day, draw a little something.
Okay.
And if you can share it with the world, it's better, because that way you get to show what you can do, and you can also get to see the progress that you make through the years. I would say to work every day, even if it's just 10 minutes. So you keep moving forward. I think.
Is there things that you would tell people to avoid, or clearly, like, keeping practicing, all that kind of stuff makes absolute sense, and stick to it, kind of thing, like, don't get through the struggles.
Yeah.
Are there things that, like, you would say, like, oh, you just don't need to do this, it's a waste of your time?
Well, I don't think I have like that. I think just go with your gut somehow. Like, if you're feeling a drawing, do it. If you're not feeling a drawing, move on. Okay. Something like that.
So that leads to another question then, though, which is, how do you know that, like, how does your gut speak to you? Like, what is the thing that makes you go, how do I put this? Like this is the piece. This makes sense. I love this piece. I'm happy with it, etc. What are there things that were clear indicators for you that said, like, this is a good stopping point, or this is the thing that I got to do, or like, what is that gut reaction, or can you explain in a way how that works for you?
For me, it's a feeling in the body. If I feel it like near my heart, it's going well. If I feel it in my stomach, it's not going well.
and you've seen a doctor about all this, right?
What? Sorry?
I said you've seen a doctor about it, right? If you're feeling it in your heart and stuff.
Yes.
You don't want to put that off.
No, it's more like I do believe that the body speaks in a way when your mind can't make decisions. So I do have a feeling in my heart sometimes, like it feels good. Like I can, this warm feeling that you get sometimes when you're excited. I feel it near my heart. And sometimes when I feel like scared or something is uncomfortable and not going well, I feel it in my stomach, like more in my, yeah.
Okay, I can get that.
I do believe in the body signals.
That's some of that psychology stuff, isn't it? You're trying to pull.
Not really, but it works for me.
Okay. It's weird because it's one of those things where, like, people ask all the time, like, how do you know when you're done with the piece? How do you know that it's working? And as much as I want to be able to say, like, well, here's the signs, this is what you look for, this is how it happens, etc., there is no clear answer to that.
There is no clear answer to that, and I think sometimes that's good. Like you need to just put yourself out there and see what other people say.
Yeah. Is there when you're working, is there moments where you know that it's just like it's time to stop because you'll push it too far, or that you cross some sort of threshold?
Yes.
And
yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Is that moment built around a visual thing? Is it built around some sort of like mental state?
I think both. Sometimes visually I went over the top and I have to go back and just minimize and edit and take stuff out. And sometimes it's also like tiredness, I think.
Yeah.
This is a tiring work. I mean, it takes a lot of effort. Like your hand gets tired and your back hurts, and it's a lot of time that you put into it. So you need to take breaks.
I've said on here quite a few times that, like, I wish I could explain to people how taxing this is, and I understand it is in no way or shape or form as taxing as like doing physical labor.
Yeah.
But I do think that there is a strain on people when they live in this world of making art that isn't always visible.
Yeah.
I know that at the end of the day, when I come home from teaching or what have you, that, like, I'm tired.
Yeah,
I'm sometimes even physically tired of just like having to perform or having to, be creative, and you're essentially, you're always on edge, or always having to think, whether you're working on your own stuff or someone else's stuff, you're always having to sort of like think about, like, is this the right color? Is this the right shape? Is this going to sell well? Is this, will this work with the kids or what have you? And I, at the same time, I also know I can't go up to like someone who's a welder and go like, I have it tough, because I know that they're, sitting up on some sort of I-beam, welding a steel structure together, and I can't really complain that hard.
No, of course, of course. But I mean, it's I think all sorts of jobs need rest. Like you
Yeah.
can't. You need to take some time to breathe and just get away from it.
Um, what is your getaway?
I love to walk. I love to walk and just go see other stuff, other scenery, and yeah. I,
Are you in the big city, or are you? I mean, I thought you did say you were in Bogotá, right?
I am in the big city, and I go to walk in the big city
Yeah.
with my son or my husband or my dogs. Um, and it really relaxes me somehow, and I get to change scenery. I love watching people. I love watching what goes on, and it's actually very inspirational as well.
Is
So
there like um, are these places that you go and draw to, or is it a purely just getaway sort of moment?
oh no, I just walk and see where it maybe sometimes we end up, I don't know, in a coffee shop or at a park, and we talk, and yeah, it's just to get the mind off work for a little while.
Gotcha. Are you with these locations that you're going? Are there or let's put it this way, this is a better way to ask this. Is there a big artist community there? Or is
There
it
is,
okay?
yeah, there is, and there's amazing artists in Bogota, and they have, well, we have a lot of galleries and art fairs, and yeah, it's great. I think it's great.
Do you do gallery work?
I don't, but I have many friends that do.
Okay.
So yeah.
And with do you still do design work of any sort? Or have you
Sometimes I do like logos and yeah, some graphic design sometimes. Little
is it
commissions.
yeah, but it's not the bread and butter.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay. Um okay. Fun questions. I'm gonna pull from I don't actually have a hat, but I'm gonna pretend that I have a hat and I'm gonna pull a fun one from the hat. You have to live in a new country and work for the rest of your life there. As an artist, you can be a freelancer and whatnot, but you have to move out of Colombia. There we go. I gotta say it nice. Where are you moving?
Oh God, I love so many places. Um, I used to live in Barcelona, and I love Barcelona, so I would go back to Barcelona.
Okay. Now, the question is, what's the cost? How much would you have to make in order to go live in Antarctica and illustrate from Antarctica? You'd have all the conveniences of home in the sense of like you'd have a nice apartment or a house or what have you, and you'd have food. It's not like you'd have to go eat penguin on a regular basis, but
Oh no.
you wouldn't have a big city, and your friends would be the penguins. They would be your new roommates and whatnot. How much would I have to pay you for that to happen?
I would go voluntarily. I would love to go. I would be thrilled to spend time in Antarctica. I love penguins, and I would love an adventure.
Love the cold weather though.
Well, if, like you say, I have all the resources to keep myself warm, and I don't see why not.
Okay. So free. You'll do it for
I
free.
actually prefer the cold weather than the warm weather.
Yes.
Right?
You're correct.
Right? I would totally be like a winter person instead of a summer person.
Okay, but wait. Your your winter right now is very different than my winter.
Yes.
What are we talking temperature wise?
No. I mean Canadian winter.
Oh, okay. Like cold. Okay.
I like the cold. I really love the cold, and I'm not very good with the hot weather, the warm weather.
Okay. I'll give you that one. You win now. You win. Get points for that one. Is there a temperature that is like your ideal temperature though? Where you're like that. If it was this all year round, you'd be a happy camper.
I love the fall weather, which is very similar to Bogotá. I don't know. You guys use Fahrenheit, right?
Yeah.
So we use Celsius.
Okay.
It's more like 20 degrees here Celsius. I don't know in Fahrenheit.
I'm trying to do the math. I'd have to. Okay, so this is where we rely on our folks in the background.
Yes.
Is 20 degrees Celsius. What is that in Fahrenheit? My guess is it's probably around like 60 to 70. That's my guess.
I don't know.
Let's say do you like sweaters?
I love sweaters.
Okay. So sweater weather.
Sweater weather, exactly.
Okay. Good. That is where I love to be. Oh, someone guessed 72. That's not sweater weather. That's
so it would be less. I think it's less than 20 degrees. 20 degrees is like spring warm. It would be colder.
Okay.
It would be like, yeah. Sweater weather is the best description.
All right. And then if oh, what was I gonna say? Okay. Oh, this sorry. Oh, my wife says it's 68 degrees. Yeah, that's like springtime. That's
yeah. I think I messed up.
Yeah.
It's colder. It's colder.
I can't believe you would do that to me, and you would
sorry.
mess it all up. The whole evening is a waste.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go now. Sorry.
You can go back to your warm weather. And is there speaking of like sort of sweater weather and that kind of stuff, is there an ideal day for you? And what I mean by that, like, you love a sunny day, you love a breezy day, or my personal favorite is when it's slightly misting or raining but the sun is out.
I love that. I love rain. I love rain, and I love the feeling of you get when the rain goes away.
Like there's
the smell, and this, I don't know, it's like everything is so fresh and new somehow.
Okay. The like even the like that smell after a rainstorm.
Yes.
Wet concrete.
Yes.
And now,
wet concrete, everything gets washed out.
Do you like worms?
I love worms.
Oh, see, you took it downhill again. I don't know why.
You hate worms?
I won't say I hate them. They've never done anything wrong to me, but I don't love them.
I love them.
Would you pick up a worm?
I would, but I wouldn't mess with them, because why? Why would I interfere with their life?
Would you pick up a worm and make it marry a caterpillar? Would you pick up a worm and I'm trying to think of like what you could do with a worm that wouldn't be that
I would pick it up if it was in a dangerous spot where it could get crushed. So I would pick it up and put it back into somewhere safe.
Okay. What's okay, so wait, now we're shifting gears again. See, this isn't you're drawing all these wonderful things. I'm trying to ask like the stranger.
You want me to be weird. Okay.
Yeah. No. You don't have to be weird. You don't have to be weird. But I want you to answer this question real quick, because you seem to like critters.
I do.
That's okay if you like critters.
I do.
But there's got to be one, and I'm not saying it's the thing that most people would assume it is or anything of the sort. But what's the one critter that's out there that you're like, I could do without it?
I don't know. I think cockroaches.
What was that?
How do you say cockroaches?
Oh, cockroaches.
Cockroaches. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't like them.
What'd they ever do to you?
Nothing, but I wouldn't be pleased if they came into my house.
Okay.
I don't mind spiders coming into my house, but I don't like cockroaches.
Would you pick up a cockroach?
No, I wouldn't. Would you?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying
sure.
that I would in any way, shape, or form. But it's the question of like, how far are you willing to go to say you love all critters? That's all
I know.
I'm hitting you hard.
You know,
I'm hitting you hard. You can't
like
get
those shows back in Nickelodeon where you had to get into a pool of critters and stuff. I wouldn't do that.
Oh, okay. Like what's the one that they had here? Fear Factor?
Yeah.
That's what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's now where you live, do you have lots of poisonous creatures? I mean, obviously not in the city, but
in Colombia we do. In Colombia we do. In Bogotá, no, because we're high up in the mountains where the critters are very, very safe. They're not poisonous or dangerous.
What?
But if you go down the mountain near like the warm weathers, you do get a lot of poisonous frogs and snakes, spiders.
I don't think I would want to live in an area of the world where I had to worry about poisonous things.
Me neither. Me neither.
And I understand that it's not like they're like knocking down your door constantly going like, I want to poison you. But just the idea that I'd have to always be like careful putting on my boots or that thing, like I just don't want the extra worry.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to Kidlit.
Back to Kidlit.
Stray too far. You've had multiple books. You've done stuff like board books, and you've done stuff like picture books and things of the sort. What's the goal here on out? Do you want to stay in that sort of pocket? Are there other things you want to try?
Well, I'm working on my own books right now. Like I wrote them and I am illustrating them. So I want to keep up with that. I want to be more of an author illustrator.
Do you
picture books?
I guess you have done a few that other people did, but for the most part, they've been yours, correct?
No, I only have one that is mine.
But
I have the one.
I thought you have rainbow colors here. Isn't that one yours?
Well, it is written by the. If you look at it, it's written by Words and Pictures, which is the the publisher.
A hidden writer that that won't let you fully take the credit for it in the end.
No, I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take it. But yes, I want to focus more on my own author illustrator books, picture books.
Have you done a lot of writing training, or is that sort of something that you had to sort of figure out on your own?
I think I figured it out on my own, but of course, everything that you learn has an influence on what you can do. I think.
Yeah. Are you writing in Spanish or are you writing in English?
Both. I write in both.
Wait. So when you write, you're like writing two manuscripts and you have to translate it every time?
I I did translate the one I published. Sometimes all I need is me. I did the translation to Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it seems like, I mean, I get it. I get the idea of doing both, but I always just assumed that it was like you handed it in one and then someone else did the laborious
Well,
work of.
sometimes it works like that because also because my Spanish is Colombian Spanish and it is not a neutral Spanish. So there are translators that can do neutral Spanish.
What's I mean, this is called Culture Corner. This is where I learned that I'm not as worldly as I think I am. What do you mean by a neutral Spanish?
Well, in Colombia, we use different words and expressions than other Hispanic parts of the world. So neutral would be more like something that all Spanish speakers would understand.
So there's just words that are like regional.
Yes. Okay. There's some words that are more, universal.
I got you. I got you. I was thinking it was like when you say neutral, that like there were things that were like not just like regional language, but like there was a tonality or something that was.
Well, there is also a tonality, but since it's written, you don't. I mean, you read it on your own accent and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are some words that are more universal to all Spanish speakers and other more regional.
Yeah, I guess I guess I should have known that. I should have assumed that there would be like specific things. I've never really.
Well, I guess with English is the same, right? You get, well, British English has different expressions and words, and
that's why I don't know why I like it seems so strange to me, because it is in place in all these other languages and whatnot. But I for some reason you know what it is? I've never heard the term neutral Spanish before.
Maybe it's just a bad translation that I'm doing.
No, I think you're right. Trust me, I'm not the person who knows anything about any of that. I'm as boring and what do I want to say, challenged when it comes to the ways of the world as you can probably get. I'm yeah. I don't mean to put myself down, but man, am I lame.
No.
Is there a big like the books that you have? Obviously, they come out in the States and they come out in various countries down there and whatnot. Is there a difference that you see in the reception of those books?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't get them in Colombia.
Really?
Really, we haven't. Only the rainbow colors. I saw it here. The others.
Why aren't you seeing it?
I'm not sure. I think it's because it has something to do with the publishers that I don't know, bring books to Colombia, and it's not the American ones. Something like that.
But when you made these books, did you get copies? Because I know that there are certain regions where it's very hard to get the copies to people.
No, I do get copies.
Okay. Was there shoot, that's too high. I'm trying to organize this and get this in the spots that I want to go along here. Was there like obviously in the States we have different review sites and things of the sort.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what? Hold on. So there's why? Oh, never mind. Okay, someone put something in the comments that was confusing me. It said Mark Lame Hoffman, but I have a feeling I know where that came from because I just talked about how lame I was. That's it. Just the wording caught me off guard, but it makes sense. Is there? are there review sites that are separate where you are for the books?
No.
So it's the standard like Kirkus and
Yeah. Yeah.
Publishers Weekly and like that.
Yeah.
And have you got? I don't even know because I didn't pay attention to it. Have you gotten stars and all that fun stuff?
I did get a star review from Booklist for Sometimes All I Need Is Me, and yeah, I think I'll have to. I am sorry if someone is listening to this, but I don't know if El Cucuy got something. I think it did.
It's okay if it doesn't get it. What you mean, like if the author is listening or something of the sort?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Donna, if you're listening. I don't remember if we got something, but I think because she's a very, very, very talented author and she has won so many awards.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure she won something for El Cucuy.
Yeah. Well, maybe she doesn't need another one.
Maybe.
How about that? Yeah.
Maybe.
Were you excited when you got the starred review and
Of course. I couldn't believe it. It was my first book as an author, so it was very exciting.
You came out swinging. The first starred or one of the only starred reviews I've ever gotten on a book. I mean, I've gotten a couple on the most recent one, but was my first book that I authored. And then the next book I didn't get one, and all of a sudden it's like, what went wrong? What did I do? Why? Like you feel this responsibility to like up the ante time, and then it doesn't happen, and you feel like you've let people down
to keep up.
And it's frustrating, but it's also depends totally on who the reviewer is each time.
Absolutely.
And you can have one person who loves you no matter what you do, and one person who hates you no matter what you do.
Yes.
It really depends. Let's put it that way. What am I looking?
Those reviews can be very harsh, so you can't take it personally.
Well, have you gotten a rough one?
Not really. I not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
It is around the corner. No,
I can deal with it. I think it's okay.
I mean, I've gotten a real like serious rough one, or if I've just gotten stuff that was like, I know that I've gotten things where I was like, I don't understand. They don't get it. Yeah. But it was never like, this book is the worst thing in the world. Why would you ever read this? That isn't the vibe that I've ever got. Is there hold on a second. Is there a bookstore that's your haunt that you go to that is the bookstore that you got to go visit all the time?
There's a beautiful one that is called Mr. Fox in Bogotá, and it's such a cute little bookstore only for kids. And yeah, I think that's my favorite one.
But are you allowed in there if it's only for kids?
No, I mean it's only for kids books. Only for kids books.
They card you at the door, and if you actually have an ID, you can't get in the first
place.
I
would love for it to have a tiny little door that you could only get if you are certain size. I would love that.
You cannot be taller than this to get in, and adults are trying to squish down to be.
Yes, I would be one of those. I would be trying to squeeze inside.
Did you I mean, obviously getting to bookstores is a big thing for a lot of people in Kidlit. Are you someone that has a huge collection of books at this point?
I do. I do.
Okay, so what's the number? I always ask people what the number is.
I haven't counted them yet.
Well, okay, give me a guesstimate.
Oh my gosh. I would say around 200, maybe.
Nice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And you?
Hold on, let me look. We're probably up in the 300, 400 range, somewhere in there. So, but it's always growing, and I always hear these people, and I don't know if you get the same thing. People are like, "Yeah, I got to get rid of some of them."
I can't.
Yeah, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, give them to me. I'll take them.
Absolutely.
there is
I
probably
feel,
some threshold where like you have too many literally to like get into a space or something of the sort, but like
yes.
I am not near that of any sort.
I would change my space if I had to get rid of my books. I would move because they're sacred for me. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah. My
Is there oh,
sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, my brother actually went to live to Canada recently. Well, recently no, but he came back and he still had some boxes full of wonderful books that my nephew had. And he was like, I don't know what to do with them. And I'm like, what? Give them to me. I'll keep them safe for you.
Yeah.
Because I love them.
I will open up my doors.
Yes.
Or I will find.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Is there are there favorite ones from your childhood that are still in that collection?
Yes. There's one that is really funny because I loved it. I don't know if you've ever read it. The Best Little Monkeys in the World, it's called.
I don't know that one.
Illustrated by Hilary Knight.
Yeah, I don't know that one. Or at least without seeing it, that doesn't ring a bell.
It is not very common. I mean, it's not a popular book, but I used to love it because the illustrations were so detailed and fun, and they had like this beautiful jungle house, and you can see through the little windows details and stuff. And I would read it all over. I mean, every night. I loved it.
Is there was there one that your son sort of was the go-to for reading when he was little, or was it a lot of those same books?
He loves a lot of the same books. I mean, he was very lucky because I had my huge collection, so we would change every night. But
Yeah.
I think he loves Mac Barnett's books.
Yep. Who doesn't?
I know. I mean, the best.
Yeah, that's everything he does is so funny.
Fantastic.
And witty. Yeah. Are there artists right now that you've found recently that you're like, these are the ones that everybody should know about, and I need to sing it to the hills?
Oh my gosh, that's a hard question because I love so many artists. Recently, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let me think and get back to you.
Okay. Do that. Think about it. I am going so slow on this piece. You've already finished.
Me too. Well, it's just like, I don't know if I really like it, but it's okay.
I'm at the threshold on this one too, where I'm like, I don't know if this is the piece that I intended it to be.
Yeah.
Or if it's going to be something else later on, but I need to keep working at it, and eventually it probably will that threshold, but
yeah,
time for me to get it to that point. Are you, when you have a piece that you're not super like keen on, is there something that, like, are you the person that throws it away and starts over? Or, I mean, obviously it's digital files, so it's not like you're literally putting it in the trash, but are you someone that likes to move on, or do you like to fight through the pain?
Well, it depends. Sometimes I prefer to go like fresh and start new, but sometimes if I really like something about the piece, I try to work around it.
Yeah. Is there with the files, do you save all the clunkers, all the ones that are a little off?
I do.
Like that it might become something later, or that it might,
I try to save everything.
And then since you're a Procreate person, give me some tips. And I use Procreate. I'm not like new to it.
Yeah.
But everybody has little like tricks that they rely on. And to be honest, some of this is I have to pay attention to what I'm doing here, so I can't always look at what people are doing on Procreate. And I know I could go back and watch it, and I would probably get the answer I need. But tell me some of the tricks that you've learned with Procreate, or things that have made your process easier.
I think I love to do like the textures with a sort of cut out feeling. So I first draw the shape with a studio pen that is very solid.
Okay.
And then I select the studio pen shape and go over it with a riso texture. So it feels more of a cutout.
Is the texture like a colored texture, or because like
Yeah.
or is it like an overlay, sort of like it's a texture and it's just being placed on top, or is it actually a what do I want to say, like a true color that is being adapted to it?
Well, it's a color, I think. It's a color, and then you can do the shading with other textures.
Okay, I got you. It's for the most part, all I do in Procreate is sketch, and so
Yeah.
like there were times where I tried to make it a full on you know, finished painting piece and things of the sort, but I have realized over time that it's too time consuming for me as a medium,
Mm-hmm.
and I need to be a little bit more flexible with like material, and
Yeah.
so it hasn't been my go-to, but I know that so many people just love it as a material, and it's just not my thing. Were you someone that started out always on digital?
No. I started with painting and gouache and color pencils and ink.
You,
And then I moved on to digital because of convenience, I think.
yeah. Yes, very much. It is the go-to convenient app for pretty much everybody in the world except for silly old me.
No.
Is there time that you get back to some of those more analog materials?
I do. I still work with them sometimes when I need to just, I don't know if you get that, but you sort of need them somehow.
I mean, yes, I live in the world of, I love painting. Sorry, I'm trying to get a paint marker to actually produce pigment here. That's why you're hearing that weird noise in the background. But I live in a world where I always want to work traditionally, so it's hard for me to always understand the what do I want to say, the draw of certain materials, just because I'm always or jumping back and forth between digital, because I love to live in this world all the time.
Yeah.
But I also know that like people sort of tend to lean back towards things that maybe get a little bit more to their roots as an art form as time goes on. And so like, you know, as people age and get old and decrepit, they start to go, well, you know, I want to go back and like get out my oil paints and figure out how to do that again. I don't know if for me it's going to become the opposite, where I'm like, I hit like a certain age and I'm like, I want to get out that computer and really start. But so far it has not been that for me. Are there materials that you've always wanted to use that you've never had the opportunity to?
Oh gosh, I would love to try all sorts of materials. I think it would be, you know, some people do amazing things with like wet markers, like you were saying that you were using, and I have never worked with big wet markers. I would love
Like
that.
the Posca markers and things of the sort.
Yes.
I was kind of anti them for a long time, because I just thought like, how would I use them, and what would it do to my artwork, and like, is it really me? And then all of a sudden I had the opportunity to use it for a couple of pieces that I was working on, and it clicked almost immediately. Yeah, and it made a lot of sense. Needed to do, and I understand it doesn't always make perfect sense for everybody to use them, but for the need that I have, like I don't use them to make an image in the sense of like to fill in big blocks of shape. I use them for like small details where it's just easier than getting out my brush and paint. Is there materials that that you hate?
That I hate. I don't like chalk. Like the feeling of chalk, I think.
Is it a tactile thing that you don't like, or is it
Yeah,
a?
it's a tactile. I mean, it gives me a bit of, I don't know what it's called when you get like the wrong sort of chills.
Okay. I think I know what it's. I mean,
It's the sound somehow.
yeah. There's certain things that I don't particularly like. When people get really like, there's stuff you can get that's gesso or like acrylic mediums that have like sand in them.
Yes.
And so like a grainy texture. I don't know why you would ever want a grainy texture on your work.
That's
But I know a lot of it.
Yeah.
But it is not my my interest
Yeah.
to have something like that in my work at all. But you know, again, to each their own. Everybody can have what they love. Um, is there materials that you've always wanted to use that like it's a matter of just finding the right time, or is it always sort of like the equivalent of sometimes materials take more time than others, and so getting the opportunity to sit down with them sometimes can be just hard to manage, and sometimes really like financially, it's hard to come by.
Well, like oil paints, I would love, but they take long in drying, and you need to have a big space. For me, I would love to have a huge space when you can draw on or paint on big canvases. And it's more like I don't have the space.
Yeah. Is there with as son gets older and things of the sort, is that something that you'd ever be able to have as far as space? Like, is it a space issue in the house, or is it a toys take up?
No, it's more a space in the house, but yeah, maybe one day I'll have a studio. I can rent a studio or something where I can do things in a big scale.
I at one point I remember thinking like, should I get a studio? Is that what I have to do as an artist? And eventually I realized I don't. I can just I can make art in any environment as long as I'm happy making that art. But I also know that I also do not like the idea that I have to drive to another space or something. It sounds awful because it's me saying I don't want to have to make the effort. But that's not.
No, but it's true, because if you have to make an extra effort, it's not the same. Like when you get the, I don't know, need to draw or do art, it's best to have it at hand.
Yep.
Somehow.
I don't want to just roll out of my bed and there it is, but I also, I don't want to have to like put on a jacket to go.
Yes.
That doesn't sound appealing to me. Even though I like sweater weather, I don't want to do that. With you said your husband makes music.
He does.
And is he solo? Is he in a band?
He has a solo project and collaborates with bands sometimes.
And do you do the artwork for it?
Sometimes, yeah, I do.
Is it
sometimes I love that
we can find the covers that you made?
I think he has some on his Instagram. I'm not sure.
And are they the style of your kidlit stuff?
They're not.
Oh.
Not really. They're more of a graphic designy. It's more of like his style.
Yeah. Shoot, let's see. Is that too big? No, I think we're okay. Sorry, I'm talking to myself here trying to figure out this piece on this. This one's going to take me so long to do.
Yeah.
This rarely do I ever get something that like goes for hours and hours past the set time, but this might end up being one of those, because I just like, there's so much that I put into this thing that I got to get figured out and on here for this to work. Oh, I was gonna say, I totally lost what I was gonna say. shoot, I totally lost it. Okay, so let's go back and let's talk picture book stuff. Are there skills that you think, like technical skills, not the sort of soft skills, but technical skills that you think people need to have if they want to be a good kidlit person?
I think you have to be consistent. Maybe consistent with your characters, and because it has to look very similar from spread to spread if you have a character. So you have to be good with consistency.
And is there a way to make that happen?
I think to have a character study before any project, like really get into the angles and try to imagine that character in different situations, and really study the character before starting the project. I think that helps.
Do you do
a lot
terms for yours?
I do.
And for all characters or just the main character?
No, just the main. I do that for the main character.
Yeah. Is there do you have to get those approved, or is that just purely for your own?
No, that's for me.
Yeah.
That's for me. It's easier when you get them. Like, for me, it's easier to just grab a sketch that I already made in a certain position and apply it to a context than to start from fresh.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. That's, I mean, I worked in animation for some time, and there was a lot of like, it was basically building stuff in symbols. And so it was this idea of, you would prep a bunch of pieces and you could put them in place. And then if they need slight adjustments, you could do it, but you weren't having to create stuff from scratch. But I work the complete opposite, and I have to totally do everything from scratch. And I don't have fun at all. It's so awful what I have to do. I actually absolutely love the idea that everything has to be new and different every time, but it is an absolute pain to deal with on a regular basis, to be honest. Is there stuff that if you went back today and you had to do over again that you would do differently?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's part of the perfectionism that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Like you sometimes see your old work and you're like, oh my gosh, that's so bad. Like, I wish I would do it differently, or you see mistakes that maybe you didn't see before.
Is there with seeing mistakes, is that stuff that you think is somehow problematic for the work, or is it?
No.
I mean, like, obviously the work is good, but is it something that you think somehow demerits the work that you've made?
No, by mistakes I mean literally mistakes, like I forgot to to color a star or something like that. Like, oh my god, I didn't see that.
I've had that a couple of times at work. Is the behold.music?
That's him.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say, I just see Juliana creates all the graphic art for my music, and then period, she's also my, and then it doesn't finish it. It says she is also my, and I was like, I got to assume that is that's your partner there. Sorry, I'm trying to make a careful cut here. There we go. Is there stuff that you would I mean, obviously make mistakes. No one wants to make the mistakes. I've gotten things where like a whole body of text on a background image was missing, which is frustrating. I've had characters miss certain elements of their body. And it's all like poor management of Photoshop on my part, basically. Is there stuff that you, when you're working that somehow protects you from that? Like, are there stop gaps or things that you do to make sure that you're actually getting everything correct?
Yeah, I think it's very important to take the time to really look through your work before approving the prints.
Yeah, checklists and things of the sort. Did other people notice the mistakes, or was it just you?
No, that's just stuff that I noticed. Like, well,
And
I don't know if they noticed, but they didn't say anything.
is the mistakes something that are like glaring enough that you pointed it out to them after the fact, or
No,
is it like
it's really subtle stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Like, I know it because you know it because you did the art, but they wouldn't notice.
There is a the book that I said someone's missing something. There's an ear missing in the piece, and I've never told the publisher, not because I'm like lazy or anything of the sort. It's actually more devious than that. It's I'm afraid that if I show them how it's missing, that it would be revealed that it was probably my fault.
Absolutely.
I don't want to be for it. Like, you can say that I like messed up certain things, but like literally chopping off an ear, and probably know now. I've probably said it enough times that they don't care. We know too. We saw it. Is there projects that you would like to work on in the future that are sort of dream projects?
Dream projects. Oh, I mean, my God.
You mentioned the idea of like working on your own stuff.
Yeah.
But are there subject matters? Are there? I mean, like right now, I look at your work, and oftentimes I lumped it in at the beginning in the sense of like they're very sort of they deal with that sort of art therapy side in the way, in the subject matter of some of the content there.
Yeah.
But there's something where you're like, you know what? I really want to do a piece that's about wizards and warlocks, and it's a matter of I just need the opportunity.
I do. I want to do all sorts of stuff.
Unicorn, those
yes.
sell. Those sell.
No, but I do think. Well, the books that I am writing are a little bit different, I think. So.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, they're more character based and more a little bit funnier, and it's different. It's not always like the psychological book for self-improvement.
Yeah.
Like just a fun story to tell or something.
Do you feel a pressure now that you created books that are in that range of like there's quite a few of them that are like happy-go-lucky? Well, not happy-go-lucky. That's not a great example of phrasing there, but do you feel like there's a pressure to make the same type of book now, or do you feel like you have the wiggle room to venture out and do something that is wildly different?
Well, I think I do have a little pressure, but it's not like I've made so many books. I mean, like I still have a window of opportunity, I think, to do new stuff because I've only made one book.
Yeah.
So
the pressure, is it self-imposed then, or do you feel like any of it's coming from publisher or?
No, it's self-imposed. Completely self-imposed. No, the publishers have been amazing. They
would never say anything bad.
They would never.
Your work for sure. I mean, I know that my first book was a part of a 2-book deal, and there was a lot of pressure for that second book to try to get one perfect, or to get the book that would live up to the first one, especially because the first one got a starred review.
Yeah.
And it's like, the second one better be as good. And it wasn't from them, it was totally from me. But it is something where like I did feel that, or I did put that pressure on myself, and not justly so. it was dumb of me to put that pressure on, because after doing so many books now, I'm just like, no one cares. It's fine that I had one that had review or good reviews, and then another one didn't. None of that really matters.
Like you say, that depends a lot on who is doing the review, or
yes.
I mean, and I think there's something beautiful about making books, and that there is an audience for everything that you do. Like, someone will love your book, someone will love it, someone won't love it, and that's okay. I mean, you can't please them all.
You could try. Oh boy, try. No, I know. I after having reviews, or do you go on Goodreads at all?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you go on Goodreads at all?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Do you see what put on there?
I know. It's funny. I just laugh. I laugh.
There's some very strange. I don't even know if the people that write those on Goodreads know that authors look at that and go,
yeah.
Ugh. I don't know if they pay attention to that end of it, or if because it's meant also as like a review site for, not for like, hey, this is a book you got to buy, but just, I'm reading this book, this is what I think.
Yeah.
But authors are oftentimes, for those people that don't know, Goodreads, it's a sort of individual-based review site for books in general, and it's known as having lots of opinionated people.
Funny.
That,
people like love to give their opinion. They love it. So
yes. Sometimes it's warranted, and sometimes it's not.
Yeah. I got one review that just said meh. I was like, okay. Thanks for your effort.
Yeah. Was it written that way because they thought that, or they were just tired? Like, who knows?
I'm not sure. I think they just wanted to be mean.
Yeah. I could see that. That one of the ones that I love, and I don't know if it's happened to mine of any sort, or I don't remember where this came from, but I remember seeing a review at one point for a book that said, it was on Amazon, that said, it was 1 star, and then it said, this book came, this isn't what I ordered, and like, I don't know why they sent this to me, kind of thing. And it's like, I get that you didn't want it, but like, you don't need to go on there and trash it, because now anybody that looks at this thinks, well, the book is bad because it doesn't have any review of the book. It's purely just, hey, I don't like it because this isn't what I ordered. Or ones that were like, the book came damaged, and 1 star. Like, I know that you're reviewing Amazon or whatever the company is at that point, but it sure does look like you're reviewing the book specifically, and like, that stinks for anybody that worked on that book to get that review that's written that way.
Absolutely. And people can be very mean, and it's okay. I mean, like, I know sometimes people won't like my work, and that's fine. And it's kind of funny. I really laugh when there's stuff that is really like mean, and like I always wonder, like, the effort they make to make the comments so mean and stuff. Right?
Yeah. Why do you got to go to that length?
Yeah, like, oh my God. Yeah, like, thank you, but it's just a book.
But it's life-changing for them in a bad way, and
yes, they're sometimes so offended by stuff, and okay, like, it's just a book, don't read it.
Yep,
it's fine.
We're not I like how we're like trashing people that review our books now.
Yeah, no.
If they're gonna review our books, we get to review them.
It's the one time we can do that.
Yes. Are there with the reviews that you've had? Did I cut that bad? Oh, I did. It cut that bad. With the reviews that you've had, are there any of them that stood out as like the best review you've ever that you've ever seen where you're like, they really got my book and they understand it and what have you?
I did. I got beautiful reviews from there are kidlit moms that
Yes.
I
Yeah.
love them, and they were so nice to my book. They were like, "Oh my God, I was going through a divorce, and this book spoke to me, and it was meant to be for kids, but it spoke to me as well, and
Oh,
stuff like that."
nice.
And yeah, that was very, very beautiful to see.
Have you gotten that kind of response a lot about like the how it is for adults as much as it is for
Yes, yes, a lot. And I have a lot of people, like grown-ups, that bought my book for them.
because I could definitely see that with your book in particular, like a book that's about like a monkey that has a silly hat on. Yeah, obviously that doesn't need is not going to connect with adults in the same way, but I could see your.
Unless you're me, because I would love that book.
But it's the show Bluey.
Yes, yes.
I feel like what you were talking about is like that same thing that would be Bluey, where it's like it's written, they're like, this is for kids, and then it's really like the adults are the ones that cry, and the adults are the ones that get like emotionally attached to Bluey and are like, this is the best show ever.
It's the Bluey phenomenon, exactly.
Yes, yes. The how long does it take you to make? Sorry, I know this is like a weird subject shift, but how long does it take you to make a piece?
Well, sometimes this one, like sort of doodles and stuff, it's really fast.
Okay.
Sometimes I take a long time when it's like a whole spread that has to have like the background and little details and windows and lots of characters and stuff. I think about 3 days, more or less, 3 working days.
Okay. How do you so how long does a book take you then? And I don't mean to be like, how can you do that? But I'm just wondering, like, for your own mental health.
I think no, more or less like 40 days, more or less.
Wait, 3 days
Like
times.
there's some spreads that take longer and others that are easier. So in total, it would be like 40 days, I think.
Yeah, no, that's I did the math and I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I just at first it didn't total up in my head, but if it's about 13 spreads and it's
and not all of the spreads are so detailed. So
yeah, that makes sense. I get it.
Mark, I think I have to go. I'm sorry.
You have to duck out? Okay, that's fine.
I'm so sorry.
Fine. You made an amazing piece, and this has been a real pleasure to chat with you tonight.
Thank you so much for having me. I had a blast, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining me. And then if you would do me a favor, if you do post that anytime soon, I would love it if you would post it and tag me in it so I can see the finish.
Of course. I'll fix it and post it.
How dare you? It's wonderful. You don't need to fix anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I would absolutely love that. And this has been a pleasure to chat with you tonight. And I hope that
thank you so much.
Gets all your books and whatnot, and go tend to your family and get some sleep for me.
Have a great night. I want to see your finished work as well.
Yeah, you better. No, I will tag you in the end with this one so you can see how it came out. But it's gonna be long tonight. It's gonna be one of those nights where I stay up way past my bedtime to get this done.
Well, have fun then.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
All right, folks. So here's what's gonna happen. I have so much more to do on this, like ridiculous amounts. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get this done in one night. And that would be very scary for me because I'm so used to getting this kind of stuff done relatively reasonably in a single night, in a single pass. And so I'm going to try my best to get this done, but we will see. It might end up going very late. But I'm also the type of person who wants to get it done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep going. and I'm going to be painting here until I get this at least to the point where I feel like I have enough down. But I will show people, especially for those that have tuned in late, what I'm trying to achieve with this versus where it's at right now, because that might make a difference for people to understand why I'm saying it's taking a long time. This is the goal, is a thing like this. So I still have to do all the drums. I still got to do the chimney. I still got to do the keys on the keyboard and the hands and the legs and these horns and all the little details on these things, and get this guy up to speed where I want it. And it's just going to take some time. So, but we will get there. I will do it. But I might be a little nutty at the end of all of it. So hang in there. But in the meantime, for those that are joining, or those that are, have never been to this side of the tracks, what I do is, this is open for everybody to comment in the comment section and tell me what you have questions about, or things that you that I can help you with, and then I will answer to the best of my ability, and try to get you up to speed on any questions you may have, and we'll turn it into a little chat. So, oh yes. So all the people that are watching right now, has any of you played D&D? Because that's what this is for. I've never played, but I got to create a character, and this is my character, and I think I'm going to call him Nub. Nub the Great, and he is a bard, which I am told that I would be good at, because I'm going to be sassy Molassy during the whole thing, and then I can just be silly and do what I want. But I don't know enough about it to be able to say, like, is this a good bard? I think he's like an elf. He's a goofy elf that is, he's upset that he has an inferiority complex that came out because he is not as big and glamorous as the other elves that are in this region, I guess. And so he uses his skill to, or his quick wit to be a bard and challenge people through word, for the most part. And that's all I know. But if people have any suggestions, because I really don't know exactly where this is going, I'm more than happy to listen to them. Yeah, he's not quite the Legolas type. He's, as I said to my wife, he's the Danny DeVito of elves. So he's got some challenges, both in, like, he's weird and quirky, especially, like, if anybody's ever seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Frank, this is Frank of sorts. Yeah, anybody has any things that would help me in my storytelling or help me understand D&D, please feel free to put them in the comments. I have some paperwork I'm supposed to read about it. I've always never done it because I'm always like, I don't think I'll like it or anything of the sort. And then students all love it. And so this is the big reward for the students, is I'm going to, at the end of the semester, play D&D with them. And I was told I had to make a character. And I bought some dice. So I'm going a little bit, this is more like a chapter book or early, like middle grade level sort of aesthetic that I'm trying to get out of this right now. Ooh, I almost dropped that. Let's see. If I can get these pipes done and I can get the chimney done, I think the what do I want to say, the drums are going to be relatively easy. But there's just a lot of stuff that I put into this, so I got to make them exciting. I can't just do something very simple and call it done, or call it a day. So if anybody has any advice when it comes to what I should do for the sake of this D&D character, I'm trying to, it says that this is acrylic marker, but it does look like paint pen. for some reason it feels like it's oil-based marker, but I can't guarantee that. But feel free to write in those comments. These here. These are the little. It's a pipe organ looking thing. And so these need to. These are going to be the things that pump out said tunes. Let's darken these up so these are nice and black here. Okay. Those I'm feeling a little bit better about. In fact, I could come in and do this. Put some highlights on them. So they feel like they're a little bit more metallic of sorts. Okay. There we go. There's that. We need more we need more lives like these. What does that mean? Bite your expression. What do you mean by we need more lives like these? I'm not saying I disagree with you. That is not what I'm saying. I'm wondering, what do you mean so I can do it? How can I make more lives like these? Help me help you. Let me see if I can get this under there. There we go. Underwear. I'm going to do a little strap that goes around that one. A little strap that goes around that one. And then what I'm going to do is make another strap that goes right there with some strings. This one can have a little string right there. So those guys are barely hanging on. They're entertaining, not overly stimulating like TikTok. Fun to follow along. Okay, I like that. I like what you're talking about. Now the not overly stimulating. I don't know if that's the best way to put. No, I get it. I get what you're saying. Good. I'm glad that the goal of these is to just have a conversation and people can tune in and listen all they want. As long as they want, they can duck out and whatnot. Now that the guest is gone, now it's my job to sit here and be a little bit more helpful to folks than just having a conversation. And so if you do have questions about anything, please put it in those comments. I'd be happy to answer away. Bite your expression. I love seeing a piece of work go from start to finish. I'll make sure to catch the next one from the start. Yeah, every Bite Your Expression every Thursday at starting at 8 o'clock right now, going until generally about midnight, sometimes past. Tonight will probably be past. I do these with kidlit folks, and tonight was Juliana Perdomo. And next week, I think it's Charlene Chua at the beginning of the month, and then I think it's Katie Quarles next. I forget. There's a whole list. I'm gonna put up probably this weekend the next round of folks, so you know a month in advance. Kaylee Quarles, then who? Lydia Nichols. Yeah, it was hello, it's Lydia. And then who? Oh, and then Tom Booth. There you go. Tom will tell. And so that's next month. But I will put all that stuff up for people to figure out who they want to tune into, though they should tune into everybody. Although you have to tune into me too, and sometimes that's kind of, who wants that? Let's see, I'm just trying to figure out how to, like, can I make this even smaller? Doesn't need to be that big. Oh yes, on the 20th. Bite your expression. Yes, I've been doing this for 2 years now. As of, I think, March. I've been doing this for 2 years. It's been 2 years of nonstop fun and hilarity, and amazing conversations and good time, etc. with folks, and it's been a wonderful 2 years, and it will continue on past. We're signed up with folks to do this all the way through into June already, and then probably some folks on the list that will be in July and things of the sort. And so, yes, it has been a lot of fun to do and to make these pieces and to sort of play around of all sorts. I just lost my sketch. I gotta look at my sketch here. Make sure I'm staying on top of it. All right, let's figure out. I want to do the pants and get that out of the way. The drums, I think, will be relatively easy. I think. I say that, and then I'm going to regret that statement right afterwards. What? Oh, yeah, I didn't finish the Graphic Novel Festival comment. So the Graphic Novel Festival that's at, it's a kids graphic novel festival that is at the Silver Unicorn. Happens April 20th. And my little old self has been asked to MC some live panels that are going to be there. And so there's a panel on I can't think of it right now. There's going to be a panel on My Little Pony. There you go. That I think I'm supposed to deal with. And then there's another panel on new and up and coming graphic novel artists. And then one of the things that I have to do is I think I'm going to end up doing a couple live in-person Gavin Doodles with folks at that event, and hopefully I can broadcast them out to everybody on here, which would be a lot of fun, but also very scary. That'll be nuts if I can get that to work. I don't know why that's scary to me, but it is scary. I don't mind painting in front of people. I don't mind doing any of this, but like for some reason that one gets me. I'm a little bit more worried. I guess there's more potential for it to go awry. Let's put it that way. I thought I opened this one. Did I not open this one? Yeah, I didn't open that one. Let's do this. I want that yellow, and I want this yellow, because I didn't put this yellow out. No, I don't think I did. There we go. I need to just make all these tubes and horns and things of the sort that are here. Let me see this guy. I feel like this needs to be a different shape. Let's try this. Let's try this one again. This is a little honky horn. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but this is a little honky horn that sits down here that he can honk when he needs to. There's a speaking, like a, what do you call this, megaphone one that I got to get in here eventually. And there is a, what else do we have? We have the keyboard, we have drums, we have those, we have a little cymbal thing that shows up. I need to make something that is the little thing down here. Looks like guy's hand. I don't know what that means. But sounds cool. A lot of this is me. I have no idea if this like is in line with what actually is supposed to be going on with D&D, but we'll get there eventually. It will work in some shape or form. It will work. Okay, let me get that one down. Then I need to get, let's see, do I have any more of that yellow? I do. I have some yellow here I can use. Okay, this will work. I can get this big old, what do I want to call it? Like a megaphone of sorts. This section over here. This will be his little honky horn. He's a Ecuadorian painter, sculptor. Oh, thank you, Lauren. I can't look stuff up while I do this, and so when people make comments like that, I'm like, it probably is very cool, but I just don't have a chance to go see it. And then what does that mean? I gotta go back to editing a short film, but I'll catch you on the next one. Take care. Thank you. Bite your expression. So let's see. This one has a big S-curve in it. It is important for it to have an S-curve. So I got to get this. I'm trying to get the textures and colors that I want where I want them. A little bit more of this like earthier raw sienna sections, which I'm running out of. Lauren, this is going to be a late night. I know, but that's, you know me. I know, but you know me. There we go. That works. Let's get this one. I'll even make this one maybe a little bit earthier so it's not so green. I like the idea of having some green, but not that green. Okay, there we go. That works for that one. That can be down here. This one goes up there. Let's cut this one so I can get it in place, and then I'll do some drums. So this one goes like this. Let's see. Comes over here like that. Comes this way. Go like this. Sorry, I know I'm saying it goes like this and then goes like this, and you have no idea because I'm looking at a sketch up here. That is sort of how this thing is taking form. It'll make sense in a minute. Too long, so let's shorten that. So we'll get it like this. That works for me, like that. Okay. Let's get some drums ready. Drums. I like the idea of some of these pinker drums. But what I need is some shapes that I can cut them out of. So I'm going to do is I'm going to take this little scrap, grab this pink I have here, I'm going to hit it with that, a little bit of unbleached titanium, a bit of white, a little bit of raw sienna, a little bit of more of raw sienna. Get something that's in that sort of like odd pink salmon-y sort of range. In fact, I'm going to grab a little bit of burnt sienna, throw into the mix, get a little bit darker on sections. The challenge with this piece in general is that I'm not, again, I can't just like play with this. I got to make something specific. And this would be sort of like if I was working on an actual kidlit book. this would be the process of doing it. But this one's for fun, but still, just that idea of like playing with things is not, some of it you have a goal that you got to achieve, and so I'm trying to achieve that goal in this process. Again, if anybody has any questions, throw them in that comment. I'm happy to chat and converse and answer and all the fun stuff that goes into to a conversation. Happy to entertain questions. I want this. What's this? Okay, actual pink. That shows up a little bit more so. There we go. So my drums can be a series of these. J. Ross Ray, congrats on getting a 2-star review for Soaring 7 Songs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was I was expecting I might get 1 because of there's an author attached to it who happens to have a big name. But getting 2 was really cool. And not only that, but every time they mentioned like the artwork that I did, I was like, that's cool. It's not just his name that's getting clout. No, it was nice to have those reviews pop up in my inbox, and then be able to share them with folks later on was very, very nice. So I appreciate the nice words. Okay, let's see. Do those overlap? Those don't overlap at all. Good. I'm in good shape there. I recommend reading comments clearly for the benefit of people watching later. Thank you, Lauren. That's true. I can't just mumble through them. That's not okay. You're telling me that me going blah, 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 blah doesn't work for you? Can't believe that. I think it makes total sense the way that I say it. Blah, 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 blah. I like the fact that you even laugh at me doing that up there. I like the fact that you laugh at my jokes because it means you think I'm funny. You think I'm smart. No, it doesn't. Blah, 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 blah. See, you laughed at that. You have poor taste, Lauren. You thought that was funny? We gotta work on that. Okay, let's see. Ba 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 ba. What artsy things are you folks working on? Good question, Lauren. You know how to win them over with grace and style. I know how to win them over with sheer charm. Together, we make a good pair. Let's see, this one needs to go this direction. How do you get this thing going? No more of this slow poking around here. I got an answer. What people are working on? You're working on 2 books. What are the 2 books? Can you say what they are? Can you give us a clue? Can you give us the secret gossip? Who are they? Not who are they? What are they? Who are they for? What are they about? If you can, let us live through your success. Nope. You can't tell us what they are. Dang. The way I just said that, and I've had people say that in old pictures I look like Napoleon Dynamite, and then me saying dang that way was probably not the best. It probably pushed it further into Napoleon Dynamite level. Is that too low? That may be a little too low, but we'll see. So I'm going to get that so it's like, dang. That's the way I said it. It was dumb. Hence, pet adoption. Are you getting a pet? Is that what this really is? It's just you wanted to talk about animals because you're getting a dog or something? Second one is about a worrisome tiger. Ooh, I like that. Good concept. Worrisome tiger. Instead of a tiger being all tough and proud. And not just like scared, but worrisome is a better word. I like that word for it because it hints at a different sort of setup for it. Maybe this drum here, or at least this piece of the drum that I don't need. Clean that guy up. Let's see. Now let's see if this fits better. It probably does now. There we go. Because I just need a little bit of it to hit right there. You finally assigned your dream agent. Who's your dream agent? This is J. Ross Ray that's saying this, just so everybody knows. What? Yes. I'm saying, okay, Jeremy, saying I signed my dream. I was trying to use your stage name for the people so then they know to go look you up later, or as well to make sure that what am I looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? So if people are listening later, yeah, it's not just me going Jeremy, because then they go, who? No, they wouldn't say that to you, Jeremy. They would say, oh, Jeremy. But I want to make sure that it comes across in a way that they understand. But who is that dream agent? Sarah Reavers. Who's Sarah Reavers with? This all cut out there. There we go.
Since I'm talking about you used to look like Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh yes. How dare you? How dare you?
Let's see.
Thirsty. You see how much more I still have? Oh, I got the loot to do. Shoot, there's so much to do.
I'm trying to move it up, so there's such a delay. It's like, where?
Yeah.
There.
All right. I'm gonna need to kick you out of here in a second so
Gosh.
I can get the loot done.
Looks really cute.
Is it cute or is it goofy looking? Or
Yeah,
is it...
both.
Okay. I was gonna give him. I still need to do.
You totally look like you have Danny DeVito's voice.
Yeah, I want that sort of like vibe, and I want to give him two little teeth. So I was like giving two little teeth in there. He's got to have that little bit of old vibe to him. We will get there. We will get there, everybody. But like I said, this might be a long night. My goal, if I can get, like, I don't mind if I go an hour past, but I don't want to go 2 hours past. That'd be crazy. And so that would be real crazy, but especially with the lack of sleep that I have recently. She wants me to wimp out, everybody. She wants me to give up. Who does? My wife does. She's telling me that I should quit on y'all. And that's not okay in my mind. Somehow she thinks that's an okay thing to do, and that's totally not. Where'd my glue stick go? I think I'm going to end up having to switch this glue stick out because it is getting very messy. Getting more and more like bits coming out of it. Okay, let's see. I got that. Oh, I need the I need metallic spikes. If you don't have any scrap, that would work for that. I need like metallic spikes that stick out in funny ways from all these, but I'm trying to see if I have the right blue in here. And old scraps. Old scrappity scraps. I don't know about that one. We can try that one. Scrappity scrap sounds like yakety sax. That was not. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. I can get it out of that. That's a good chunk. Let's save that sucker. Happy wife, happy life. More like angry little wife yells all the time. We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna keep going as hard as I can to get it as close as I can to what I want it to be. Snazzy wife, Mazzy star. Is Mazzy star still a thing? Is that just of that era? And who's the band that sounds like Mazzy Star? Come on, people, help me out. Help me out. Cowboy Junkies, thank you, thank you, thank you. Every time I heard them, I was like, oh, it's Mazzy Star. And then someone pointed out that it's not the same person. And I was upset. I was angry. I punched walls. What? Yes. It was you that pointed it out? I feel like that happened before you, though. So I don't want you to take all the credit. Portishead. I want to try and take all the credit, folks. Jeremy, have you ever played D&D? Was that ever a thing in your life? No, sir. It's for nerds, right? I got you loud and clear. I always tease my students about that. I always like come in and they talk about it, and I'm like, I always, for some reason, the joke is always that I'm a cool jock and they're the nerds, and that I don't do nerd stuff, but then here I am about to do it with something like this. But I'm not a jock, just so everybody understands. I'm not anywhere near that. I'm better than that. I'm cooler than a jock. Let's see. Get that guy in there like so. And then he needs a little get a little bit of pink on the mouthpiece there. These drums are looking okay if they stay glued down. Yeah, I'm gonna get a new glue stick. That glue stick is past its prime. Wait, who says Dungeons and Dragons movie. What is going on? The mustache is the sizzle. His little legs will come into play. Maybe IG. Oh, can you get? Oh, you can see it up there. I was like, where are you seeing the legs? I haven't done the legs yet. But yes, he will have little tiny legs. His name's going to be Nub the Great, and the whole gist is that he wants to be called Nub the Great, but everybody just calls him Nub because he's not so great. And he's kind of I don't want to say a jerk to people, but he's kind of a pain. No one really wants to deal with Nub. And I'm trying to think if there were I feel like there were other characteristics that I had started to figure out for him. I don't even know like how the game works, so I don't know like what he's doing, or like, how do I put this? I don't know if it's a perfect character setup, but I hope that the students who are interested in this get the vibe that I'm going for. I do have to come up with a backstory and all this kind of stuff for them, which that's probably not hard. I could probably do that on the spot, but I know they're going to want it before then. Especially the person who's putting the game together, because they have to like write it in advance, and then we walk through it in the end. So anyways, let's see. I'm going to keep going through all of this and see if I can get all of this done in a reasonable time. Whoa, that came out of that fast. Let's see. What else can I do with this one? It's just a brown marker that I'm sort of filling in some of these odds and ends with. Oh, I was going to do this. So it's going to go across the loop here. And make sure that sticks down. I actually realized I can probably get a little bit tighter on this shot because it's so far up, because I was trying to get so much of it that I don't need it to be so far up anymore. So let's see if I can get it. Oh, I don't even want to do that. I want to do it this way. Sorry. Let me move it a little bit differently this way. So I stay in this ballpark. There we go. Oh, my shoulders. My shoulders are sore. My shoulders are sore. Can you believe that my shoulders are sore? I can't believe it, said me, no, sir. My shoulders are sore. My shoulders are sore. Get out of there. Why is there a little spot there? Let's clean that up. Mark, do ideas come from a stream of consciousness or plucked from other works? What do you mean by that? Like, did this come from something like that? Generally, most of the stuff I do just comes out of my dumb head and is not pulled from anything. It's just me being an idiot. And that's just like most of my life right there in summation. I would say Yeah. No, I'm not someone who does a lot of like planning. I'm not someone who does a ton of research on stuff. I just sort of make stuff up and hope for the best. Cross my fingers, cross my toes, cross my eyes, and pick my nose. That's my new slogan in case anybody thinks that it's theirs to use. Nope, that's me. Cross my eye. What was it? Cross my fingers, cross my toes, cross my eyes, and pick my nose. I think I figured out my place in life. It all makes sense now. That's a pretty good one, right, Lauren? Lauren, will you write that down? Thank you. I don't know exactly what for, but write that down because that's going to come in handy someday. When our son gets married and I got to get up there and give some sort of speech about him, that'll be it right there. Cross my fingers, cross my toes. Hey Siri, make a note. No, that's what my wife's for. You say, hey Lauren, make a note. And then she does because she's cool like that. I mean, it's sort of cool like that. I mean, she's barely cool like that. I mean, like, nah. Come on, white marker. Come on, white marker. Come on, white marker. There we go. Some of this is coming along faster now. We're getting there. We are getting there. I almost complimented you for a second. Whew. Close call. What? Read the comments? I'll do it. Hey Siri, make a note. And my wife would say, no thanks. Watch out, you almost complimented me for a sec. Yeah, I mean, you don't, you deserve, this is gonna be used against me in court someday, right, Lauren? There's no way that this is like, I'm gonna have to defend this in some horrible trial where I look like an evil person. And I'm not saying that I'm not. Whoa, look at that, folks. Who would say such a thing? I did. Woo! Here's one little drum head. One little drum head, two little drum heads. Everybody drum heads. Yay, yay, yay. There's two little drum heads sitting in a shelf. Here's a little bard. Here's a little elf. Give them both a corn cob. Ask them to sing. Ooh, I should call him Norn the Nub the Corncob King. Is that a good one, Lauren? Nub the disco schlub. Norm. No, Nub. I keep saying Norm. Nub. I mean, the Corncob King sounds like a pretty cool name. I'm just saying right out, that's like, if you don't think that's good. I know, but I mean, I don't have to. It'd be cool if I did, but I don't have to. Oh, true. My wife said I'm super handsome. She said, I got to repeat what she said. So she said, I'm super handsome, and it's too bad that the camera has to be on the art the whole time. Otherwise, boy, would our viewership go through the roof. That's what she said. And then I said, that's very nice of you. And I can't believe you said all those nice things about me, because normally you scream at me and try to blame me for all the mistakes you made all the mistakes she made in her life. And we all know that that's not true, that it's not my fault. I had nothing to do with her her marrying her bicycle when she was 17. Are you writing all this down? She said, okay, what she said was, I'm extra handsome. Just keep adding to that. She said that she said that if it wasn't for the fact kids might watch this, that she'd be down here and she would like kiss on me and stuff, and like, like love me. I was like, oh yeah, prove it. And then she was like, I can't. And I was like, why not? And then she said, because she just couldn't control herself around me, and it's not worth the risk. Last time she came down here, I had to call the cops on her. It was too much. I was like, I can't handle this. You're pushing it too far, lady. And she said, pushing it too far, check this out. And then what she did was she opened up the window and she screamed out to the world, I love my husband. And I was like, oh, that's really nice. And then she said, no, seriously, I love him too much. And I was like, oh, that's really kind. And she said, no, I don't think you get it, everybody. I love him so much because he's the best person that I've ever met. And there is no need for anybody else in the world, because my husband is so cool. And I was like, oh, you don't have to do that. And she said, I do. And then she broke down crying. And I was like, why are you crying? And then she said, because I just can't hold back my tears of joy when I'm around you. And then I woke up and my pillow was gone. Then I woke up and it all came crashing down. I don't have, do people, the funny thing is people probably think I really have a wife. No way. I would never. Ain't no lady gonna hold me back. All I know is everybody's just like constantly begging, like, Mark, we need more of you. And I'm like, you wish. That's what I say half the time. And then they like get upset at me because I'm a jerk. Because I'm mean. Because I'm silly. Does this one still have paint in it? No, this one doesn't have good paint in it. Let's throw that one away. Let's try this one. Oh, that one's got some paint in it. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let's see. That's that drum now. That drum is not done yet, of course. Never was, never has been, never will be. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to color these lines so they're not pure black. They're this like bluish aqua color. And then I'm going to grab, where is that? This color right there, like so. And then I need a, I use this one. Couple little spots there. Let's grab my, that's white, not my off-white. There we go. Sounds pretty good right here. Make a couple of spots. These drums. Oof. That did not come out okay. We'll fix that one. Okay, let's fix that with some paint now, because that didn't go the way I wanted it to go. So some real paint. Some real, truthful paint. Where are we at time? 11:42. Okay. Yeah. Let's get this in here. Okay. Now, what I do want to do, if I can I can do this. I want to see if I can actually get this to have just a hint of tone around it so that that stands out. I'm trying to be extra careful on the color that I put in there because I don't want it to go too crazy. But the more that white, that drum can stand out, the better. Okay, let's see. Let's get those little leggies in there. Little leggies, you're the one. Little leggies, you're so much fun. Little leggies, where's my scissors? I don't see them. There they are. Do 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 do. Little leggies, you're the one. Do 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 do. And I have to think, how is this going to go here? Let's see. If I give him just a thing like that to start, I can draw the legs out from that. Okay, that works. We got it. We're going, folks. We got this. We got this. There's his underbelly. Let's get one little leg like that, two little legs like that. I need to make it just a little bit shorter. There we go. Just because I got to get his feet in there, and I kind of pushed this a little too close to the bottom. We'll get it. A little bit of glue there. Let's grab one more little. That's not a good one. Let's try this again. Let's try on this one. This should work right here. Macarena _ Ilstra says, where do you find your inspiration? My inspiration generally comes from, where does my inspiration come from? I mean, I don't look at a lot of art that, like, I don't go out on the internet and search a bunch of art. I do see art at school where I teach, but oftentimes it's not the type of artwork that I'm like super like into. Let's put it that way. It's just like what I look at and what my students look at are sometimes two very different things. It's not to say what they look at is bad. It's not to say what I look at is better of any sort. It's just two different things. I'm stating that just because they are making amazing art all the time, and I do get inspired by what they do, but just not in the like, I need to make artwork like they make. That's not my thing. As far as stuff that I get inspired by, though, just in general, I do get inspired by things around me that are more than just I don't want to put this like, what's a good way to state this? I get inspired by things that are not always art, but are art related. And what I mean by that is, like, I get inspired by like shapes, and I get inspired by interesting color palettes, and I get inspired by things that, and what I'm saying is not that they are like, I look at shapes out in, you know, the world, what have you, and then I go, oh, that'd be cool to use that shape in my artwork. But it's not like, oh, this is a shape from art. It may be literally like, oh, that's an interesting shape that little gear makes, or that's an interesting color that's in that flower kind of thing. And then I come back and say, like, okay, how can I use it in my work? That's the kind of sort of shape thing that I'm talking about, or the inspiration I'm talking about. So it's stuff that I can use in my artwork, but it's not necessarily as it's not like I'm going out going like, hey, I like this artist, and so I want to replicate what they're doing. I'm sure that some of that probably comes back into play just purely because it's hard not to be influenced by things, but I don't intentionally do that of any sort. I don't know if that answered. That was a long-winded thing, but hopefully it did answer in some way. Okay, one of the things I got to do is I got to give this guy some serious backpacky vibes. And so I got to get like something like this to go up. I want to make sure it's known that this is him wearing this, not some other weird variation on that. So make sure he's got this like I'll get those hands in there. Promise I'll get those hands in there. Let's get this guy. Where's my pencil sharpener? There we go. Where are we at? We're at 11:50. Okay. Thank you, Lauren. Lauren, my wife says, every time I look, it gets better. Well, that's the sweetest thing. That makes me happy to hear. That's so nice of you. So generous. Let's see, I need glue. Can there be a little bird resting on top of one of these pipes? Yeah, I was thinking about actually up like on the drum here. Originally there was going to be like, I was thinking, so this is for those that have not been here since the beginning, one of the things I was thinking was, well, this piece is for a D&D campaign that a student is running that I said I would be a participant in. And I've never done D&D, but he said I had to make a character. And so this is what I'm making. And he's a bard. And he's an elf that didn't get all the good looks that all the other elves did. And so his he uses his giant monster machine here of musical stuff to attack his foes. And the what's the word I'm looking for? But it does have some spikes and things on it. So there's going to be like some little spikes like this that stick out that he can run into people with it, and he can squat down, and it can be a little wall to protect other people. I think that's what I'm going for. I don't know if that's going to work or not, or whether the DM will go like, no way, that's lame. You can't do that. But that's the gist of it. And then, I mean, of course, he will be funny and a goofball as a character. That is a must for any character that I shall partake in. But one of the things I was thinking about was like, what kind of weapons would this guy have? And I realized like he doesn't need weapons. He needs like, or he shouldn't have weapons in his hands. Let's put it that way. I don't think he's a guy that would have weapons in his hands. What I think he has instead is these spikes on stuff that he will run into you at full speed and try to take you out with these like crazy spikes and try to hurt you with them. And in order to add to that, I was thinking like, should I give him a bird or something like that? And one of the things I was thinking is like, what would be an even weirder critter for him to have? And I was thinking, at one point I was thinking like, should he have bees? Just because of the idea of like, he could use those to attack. He says bees, but I don't know if I can get away with that. I don't know if that's something that's like kosher with the dungeon master. So I will find out at some point whether I can have bees. But for now, I'm gonna assume that I can't, and so it might be just he has a bird that goes with him and sings. And like, yeah, it could be a little bird that's just perched up here. And that might be enough. So let's see. I need to cut out a couple of these little spike things that are going to stick out the sides. So let's get some of these cut. Let's stick these down. And we're at 11:55. So I am going to have to stop this feed for anybody that's watching. I'm going to have to stop this feed, and I will start it again. But Instagram does not allow a feed to go past 4 hours, and I will be pushing up against that. And in order for me to continue, I will have to restart the feed. So if you're watching, you will be able to tune back in shortly thereafter, and I will be continuing to go. I don't like that cut on that one. That guy did not look cool. I need enough of a point. Let's see. There we go. That guy looks better right there. Okay, so I can do that again. Let me see if I can do that again here quickly, so I can cut out another one. This is also the first time I'm not doing something that's like super like kid thing. It's more of a middle grade image. But if I can do this well, I mean, a whole book done like this would be pretty cool. So if there's any art directors, Subik.art, the idea is that he can essentially play music and distract his enemies, or use the megaphone and make fun of his enemies, or there's like all sorts of things that he could do with this to be silly and fun. And so that's the gist of the whole thing. I'm going to paint this in black like this, put a little thing like that, and then same thing with this. Needs to have a little. I'm going to go back over these with colored pencils so they won't just be black, but you will see. They will all make sense in the end. Let's see. Okay, I got those spikes. Where are we at time-wise? I might be able to stick a couple of these spikes down before we... wrap for this session. But again, I will start back up again right afterwards. I was worried about this piece early on. It's getting better as it goes along. Part of the problem is I was worried that it didn't quite look like the sketch. But it's getting better and getting closer to it. It's not perfectly the sketch. He's not as drowsy looking as the sketch, but it's getting there. Okay, so we're at 11:56. 2-minute warning. Let's see. So I will try to stick these down, and then I'll stop, and then we'll come back and we'll finish the rest. My guess is I'll go till about 1 tonight, and then I will stop. And my wife, if she puts in the notes all the things that were said up until that point and wants to go to bed, I will. If she's listening right now, I don't know if she is, but if she's listening and she puts in the notes app all the things that have been said by silly old me, I will put it on the post when I'm done. So if she would like to go to bed and get all that beauty sleep that she doesn't need, everybody, she doesn't need it, then I will finish up the rest of this. And what? Oh, yeah. Part 1. Yeah, so give me 1 second and I will do that. Let me just get this last spike on here. These will have highlights and they'll look. Yes, and I will be right back. Don't turn that dial. Same Hoff channel. Same Hoff time, same Hoff channel. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop right now. We're at 12. I'm going to stop. Hop back on. I'll be back on in about 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes max. Join me for part 2 of this fun little bard dude. All right. Bye, everybody. Hello! It is 12:04 in the morning. I'm coming in hot. Okay, everybody. So here's the thing. Look at these hands. Look at them go. Look at them go. Look at them go. Look at them go. It's 12:04 in the morning. I'm trying to finish this dude. This is, for anybody that was watching before, put up with this. You can deal with it. For anybody that's never seen this before, guess what? I'm making this thing that is essentially a D&D character that I've never played D&D before, and somehow I have to learn how to do it. And I had to make a character because people told me I had to make a character. This is his character, and he's my dude. His name's Nub the Great, or Nub the Corncob King. And he got that name because of his two little corn kernel teeth. And he's really good at eating corn cobs, but you won't see him here because that's just not his thing. He doesn't bring them around with him. And I got to finish his feet. And this is the sketch that it started as. And I like his face in this one. His face in this one's pretty good. But I'm also okay with his new face. He looks old. Well, he looks dumb in this one. And he looks a little bit more like normal in this one. Maybe I need to give him like sleepy eyes. Maybe that's why I gotta give him some weird like little eyelids. What? You think he's great? Well, that's because you're an amazing wife. And you're amazing. So I'm gonna keep working on this. I'm gonna get this sucker done. I have about an hour to try to get it done. And we'll go from there. If you have any questions or anything of the sort, I need you to put it in the comments. Will, for anybody that doesn't know, Will Porta, there, WILLPOTTORFF. That's a lot of double letters there, Will. Says, dang, Mark, that looks good. Will was a former student. Will does amazing work. If you don't know it, go out there and look at Will's work. So anyways, did a cat just sit in my chair and I just sat on the cat? Yeah, maybe a little bit. So I'm going to keep working on this. I'm going to put some more spikes. I'm going to put spikes up here and spikes up here. I got to do a chimney. The question is, do I have more of this reddish color to make the chimney? I hope I do, everybody. If I don't, there's going to be hell to pay. Here's some more of it. Right there, I can use that a little bit. It's a little bit on the purpley side, but it's okay. I can manage that. Okay. Oh, you know what else I gotta do? I gotta put my live feedback on here so I can see what people say. That would be good if I paid attention to all the details that people put up into the comments. So I'm just trying to make my chimney here. So if anybody knows, I think it's pronounced Dinid. That's a good joke, everybody, just in case you didn't know. I'm making a joke about D&D. D&D. Anybody know anything about D&Ds? D&Ds. Like the stinky D&Ds. So what I'm gonna do here is I don't like that piece. I need it to be more of a rich red, and I'm going to put it up over here, and it's going to be a fun shape. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll try to cut it out here first. It just needs to be bigger. It wasn't big enough. And once I get this cut out, I will paint it. But if you have an interest in having a conversation with me, all you got to do is write in that little box right at the bottom that says comments. And guess what? Little old me, little old Stinky, is going to come in hot and answer questions for you tonight. First question, I'm going to ask the question, and you get to decide if it's a good answer. The question is, hey, Mark. It's nice to... Hey, Mark. Long time, first time caller, long time listener, first time caller. I heard that you... I can't think of a good question. I heard that you like to eat tacos. That's a boring question. But yes, I do. Good question, Mark. Thanks for calling in. I do like to eat tacos. You know what? I could eat tacos all the time. Is there a favorite type of taco that I like to eat? Well, I do like spinach in my tacos. And that's maybe, I'm not sure everybody likes spinach. When I was in grad school, there's this place called No Problemo that was down in Bedford, Massachusetts. And what? New Bedford. What did I say? Oh, I just said Bedford. Whoops. Sorry, New Bedford. It wasn't in that old Bedford. Ew. It was in New Bedford. But one of the things they had was tacos. And this is going to say, it's not like a traditional taco, so bear with it. Anybody who's like, that's not a real thing. You know, you can calm down. But what it was they had tacos that had spinach, black beans, and feta cheese cooked on, or the whole thing was thrown on a crispy flour tortilla cooked on the grill, on the stove, on a griddle. There you go. I can't think of the word. And they were pretty darn amazing. And ever since then, I was like, I really love the idea of like black beans and spinach and something. And every once in a while, we would get the old feta cheese and do it with it. But it wasn't about the feta cheese. Feta cheese was fun, but it's not. You know, who needs that? Not me. But it was pretty good though. I will admit that. Mark, do you like to ride horses? Here we go. We got some questions. Do I like to ride horses? I like horses. The end. No, I like horses. Do I want to ride horses? Me having an interest in cowboy stuff, always thought it'd be fun to do, but I've done it in the past, but admittedly, I know that riding a horse, especially if you don't do it all the time, can be a little hard on the old crotchety crotch. And so the question is actually, Mark, do you want to ruin your crotch? The answer is no. Is it? Yeah, the dude. So MaggieSchaefer.ig. I still have to do the hands. He has a hand here that's going to be holding a little cord that's coming out from a little iron thing there, and his hand here is going to be playing the keyboard, and his elbow is attached to a little thing that's playing the lute, and his elbow here is playing a little cymbal, and so I still got to do those. But I just haven't gotten around to those yet. Those are coming. The hands are kind of small detail things that are going to go in the end because they sit on top for the most part. So right now I'm just trying to get some of the bigger pieces in. So I have my little chamois. That's not so little. That's pretty big. But I got to wait for this to dry a little bit before I can put it in. And I want to put little toot lines coming out and stuff like that. But I do need to cut more of my spikes. So let me do that while we're waiting for this to dry. Your sketch is a finished piece, yo. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, I normally don't sketch for these in that kind of way. I also, in that kind of way, that sounds weird. I also normally don't sketch on the iPad for this kind of stuff, but I did for this. For some reason, I was like, oh, I'm going to sketch it out on the iPad to make sure that I have it the way that I want it. And I did it, and so that's why it looks sort of cleaner than some of my other sketches. But I do like the sketch, but it's not. The finish has to be this. Has to be this weird thing. I thought about it at one point tonight when I was doing that sketch to use that potentially as like, should I do the iPad for the night? And then I was like, I don't know. I don't think it's right for me to do that. Feels like a fallacy. Is it weird that fallacy has the word, that word in it? I had a student, this is the un-PC section. I had a student who her twin sister was at her senior show the other day, and we were talking about, or I said to her that the student's name is Allison, and her sister is a twin, and she said I should go up to her and say, like, are you Allison? Which is like, okay, that's kind of funny. But then I also said I should go up to her sister and say, are you a fallacy or a phallacin? And then I realized I was talking about fallacy, but it also sounded like I was calling her a phallus. And then I go, nope, I can't say that, and I walked away. No, I actually said it, and then I did actually say it or I had her sister say it to her, the student I knew, say it to her sister, and then I realized afterwards what I had said, or what it sounded like, and then I backed over there, and I was like, I'm sorry, that sounded really wrong. And we laughed and laughed. Lauren, did you know sometimes I disappoint people? Yeah, that's true. J. Ross Ray, when will I make an art book with my Gavin Doodle art? That would be kind of funny, actually. I need to. They're so random, though. If someone were to get these, they're like, oh, you know what? I love this one on this page, but I hate the rest of them because they're all totally different. But I mean, maybe someone would. But I could look into it and see. I just don't know if enough people would buy it. Would you buy it, and how much would you buy it for? That's the question. That's the question everybody should answer tonight. If you had to buy my artwork, how much would you pay? Papa needs a new car. Can you pay for it? Here's a good question for those that are watching that are like, I need something to talk about because I'm so mesmerized by the way that Mark works that I don't even know what to say until someone asks me. Here's the question. If you had to have, or not if you had to have, what is your dream car? The question, Alicia Nash, would be in a book. How much would you, like, seriously, if I were to put all these into a book, would anybody buy it? I always look at, like, people make artist books, or like, you know, like, oh, I bought this book of all the artwork of so-and-so, and it's always so nice and, like, connected. It's like, look at all these characters they drew for this one project, and then mine would be like, oh, here's a dolphin that has a funny hat on, and then next to it is a tractor trailer that has eyes, and the next piece would be an elephant with diapers, and it would just be so random that I don't know. 40 bucks is a good price that I see. Yeah, see, I think that there's probably a way to do that. It's a question of, like, how many would I actually sell? Because I don't want to go through a lot of effort and then, like, I sell one. That would make me sad. I don't know why I said sad so weird there, too. That would make me sad. Our books don't have to be sequential. I know they don't have to be sequential, but I also know that I would want there to be, like, maybe some theme or something, but that could be something like, it could be the year of 2024. My goal is to make a book out of these ding-dong things. And then all of a sudden, I have some like, sort of, what do I want to say, like vested interest in doing it. And then I can start to make them all work better. An ebook version for $25, I could do that. Ebook thing would be easier because that just doesn't take as much effort. How about just one-off prints for framing? I could do that too. I have not done prints of these in ages, and I really should, and my wife has said that I should, and so you guys are taking her side in this one. I really should at some point, like, it's a matter of, like, I have to find the ones that would actually sell, because I don't think all of them would sell. Some of them are I always think of, like, if someone's going to buy a big old stinky art print, that it should be a print that would hang up in a house. And like these, I could see like a college kid going like, I'm gonna put this up in my dorm room. But I don't see all these as being like house paintings. Like, oh, this is in my living room for when guests come over. Let's see. Theme is Gab and Doodle. You can include QR codes to show folks how you made it. Oh, that's smart. J. Ross Ray. Remember coming in with the goods. I like that. Like the idea of like it's. You don't have to have a process book. You have to have a book that links to process. Genius. That's why you get paid the big bucks. Do you get paid the big bucks? I hope you got paid the big bucks because I just said that. And if you're not, then like, yeah. He said, oh, my wife said, what did he say? Because she's not paying attention. He said that I could have QR codes in the book that would link to the Gavin Doodles so people could see how I made them. And then I said that that's a good idea. And then he said, your wife never would have come up with something that good. And then I said, amen, brother. And then he said, don't tell her that I said that. And I said, I definitely won't. Wait, hold on. Finerworks is a good drop shipper and mail flat. That's a good one to see. I like this idea of just people like shouting out things I could do to make money. What else can I do, people? How else can I rake in the dough? I'm looking for a specific pencil and I don't see it. There it is. Found it. Spikes. Spikes, spikes. Spikes, spikes, spikes. Spikes, spikes, spikes. Spikes, spikes, spikes. Ooh, but the bop and the bop, shabop, shabop. Ooh, put the ram in the rama-lama. You don't have to listen to me make up weird dumb songs. But if you want to listen, you should sing alongs. Okay, that's not stuck down. Hold on. He's got pretty elaborate pink belt there, and then there's not much else that's that pink. And so I need to get more pink in here in some spots. I can sell sarcasm. Oh, yes, I can. That's part of the reason why I chose a bard. So I can be Mr. Sassy Pants. And it can hurt people. At least that's what they tell me, is like that when you play, that a bard uses their words and it like affects, just like hitting someone with a sword, your words do damage, which is everything that I'm about. I love that idea. I can murder them with comedy and snarkasm. Ooh, I made up a new term. I made up a term at my school that everybody uses now. Not everybody, but most people use by accident. We had a meeting, and I meant to say staff and faculty, and I said staffalty. And that's people who have staff positions at the school, but also teach. And it has become the term for people that do that. So like they may be in admissions, but they teach a class, and they are officially staffalty. And now everybody uses it, and I'm proud that came from my dumb old mouth. That was totally an accent. It's called someone didn't say something right. And everybody stopped and thought it was genius. I got a question for everybody watching. Everybody ready for a question? Do you think that my wife is a saint for putting up with me? What's your answer, Lauren? You can't vote, Lauren. Yeah. You can't just jump in and say, yeah, I'm a saint. That's no fair. Gym coach and teacher, a Tim. Did anyone else watch the Secret City show when they were kids? No, I don't know that one. Jeremy, you know how I said that thing about it was a really great idea? You keep taking my wife's side in these statements, and so I start to question your judgment now. And I don't know if I like this idea anymore about QR codes. Last I heard, it was a real doozy of an idea. That's the word on the street is Doosville. That's what I heard. What? My wife just said she's going to start falling asleep. Just like she does every time I come home and I start talking about my life, things in my day. Oh, snoring Lauren pops out. Trying to get these a little more stone-like. I'm gonna put some little highlights in them. Let's see. Deeper shadows. I don't know if this is even showing up 100%, but a drawing show for kids. What was the name of it again? Was it The Secret City? Yeah, I don't know that one. I want my pink pencil now. Trying to like slowly build in some interesting textures and colors into this. And then I'll take this black marker. I'll put it in there. I'm gonna come up in here and I'm gonna There's a little stovepipe. Let's see, and then this. Let's get a couple of other sort of lines in here. This needs, this is gonna have a black rope. And come around there. Tie up there like this. And it's gonna have a couple little threads that are there. That's holding that guy in place. And we'll do another batch of rope right there. Right here. Hold that guy in place. There we go. Good. Let's get well, let's see, where am I? What else do I need? I need that thing. I need that thing. I need to put the hands in. Let's see, what else? Gotta get a sip of water. Where is my eraser? There's my eraser. I just drew something I didn't like. Get back out of there. Boom. Gone. Okay, let's get some of these other little odds and ends in. I need to draw. It's over here. Let's see. Maybe. I'll draw something like this in. Try to draw a little hook. Fill that up over there. Take that black marker. Make it extend past that. Make a little shadow underneath that. There. Let's come in here and let's get this guy all set. Let's get, where's that black marker? Here we go. And this one needs to have all the way out to the edge. I need that other black marker. There's that other black marker. Okay, there's that. Let's grab this guy. I'm trying to cruise now. I'm trying to get done fast. see. I need this guy back because I need to darken up that line. I need my X-Acto blade. Jeremy, hey brother, I'm signing out. Thanks for the chat. Love this piece. Thank you very much. You always tune in. I appreciate the fact that you take the time to join me so often. Okay, let's get some little pink socks. This again, I want to get black marker and get underneath here and really get that dark. And then where's his little brown shoes? Oh, I need, take this. Put these little elbow pads on. I'm cooking now. Yeah, we're getting there. Let's see, I need these guys can be like that. I feel like these guys better as a brown piece rather than that. Give this guy this color. Variable right there. In here, we'll get this guy. Where's that one out? I know that's not a real term, but it is now. That's not what I want. I wanted that marker. Where's that brown marker I just had? Where's that brown marker that I just had? There it is. Okay. We're cruising now. We're cruising. We're cruising for a bruising and everybody's losing. Yeah. Okay. Let's try to put those hands in. Let's try to get those suckers in. We got time to do it now. This is gonna be hard though, because these are a very distinct color. If I can't nail it perfectly, I want to make sure I have extra scrap. So I'm gonna do it like this. Let's see. So, let's see, this one goes like this. Yeah. Hard to cut out. Okay, let's try this other one now. This one's got to be. I'm gonna have this. Yeah. Thank you, whoever just gave me hearts. I appreciate it. I figure out this is gonna work. I'll be able to just cut it this way again. Let's try that. It doesn't have to line up perfectly with the keys, but that idea of like that's pretty good. Okay. This one will cut over here. That'll be that hand right there. That'll be that hand. If I can get those in, then I can paint in the keys. Please, please. Up here. I will actually do the board on this one. Stick this guy down in here. Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to lean it a little. So make the string come out a little further. Stay where you were. Hard part is I'm going to have to let this dry a little bit and make sure it doesn't come up before I can do any extra work on it. There's that. Hey, Lauren, is that you putting hearts? Well, then, thank you to whoever's putting hearts on this. Lauren, you got competition. Ooh la la. Okay, let's see. Let those dry a little bit. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to try to get this small black marker up and working again. I really need it, and if not, I will use my Sharpie. Ooh, I'm getting it. Okay, that's good. Okay, I might have to use the Sharpie. Let's try that instead. Okay, now that done, I can come back with this now and do this and see. Maggie Schaefer, does it help my real rank higher when I get hearts? I haven't the slightest on that. My guess is no. But I haven't the slightest. It'd be cool if it did. And give me them hearts. But I think it's just like a pure, just like here's an emoji kind of thing. Not anything cool like you get points for it. But to be honest, I do not know. Where is that marker? There we go. Okay. So I still need a little symbol here. I'm going to make his little this little cord that he's pulling here. And you do the thing that attaches to that, and do just that. And you put some little stop moving. I'm just getting this done. Hold on. I need to do some detail work on some of these other little things, like this guy. that with a little post there, and there. Let's see. Let's get a little small dots. Be little nails to hold that in. Let's get like so. Let's get this one. So there like that. Get a work. Take this. Okay, we are cruising now. This guy's getting mighty close to being done here. Still have a bit to go. I still gotta do some other stuff over here. Still gotta work on this hand. But we are cruising. Cruising for a bruising. Sharpie back up. Do it with this one. All right. That's practice. Yes, this is Anita. This is the original sketch, and this is my Bard post. This is my fella. His name, and tell me. Okay, so Anita, are you still on right now? Just I want to double check before I start asking some questions because you're an expert. If you're okay, so here's my questions for you because I see that you're on. Right now, I'm naming him Nub. Nub the Great, and he calls himself the Great, but no one else does. He is a elf. I don't know. Can he be an elf? Does this look like an elf? Who is like the Danny DeVito of elves? That's the way that I'm sort of playing him. He's like he is not super cool. He's a little short, and he uses his wit and his joking power and song to battle people. Yes, I'm going for the Danny DeVito of elves. That's the gist that I'm going for here. And here's my theory. He doesn't have any weapons except for this big thing. And he's got spikes on the side that he can run into people with if he needs to. And he can also squat down and be a wall, like a shield. So he can just squat on the ground and be like, that's it. We're not, no one can move any further because I've prevented them. Yeah, so one-man band. That's the gist of it all, is that he doesn't need anybody else to make the music with him. But do you like the idea that he's like at a wall essentially? That was my big thought, was like, so he doesn't have weapons, he doesn't have defense in the standard form, but he does have it in the sense that he has a giant block of wood that has a stove in it, that there'll be smoke coming out here and whatnot, that he can sort of like block things with it. And so he's a wise cracking fella, and you know, I don't know exactly what else goes with it, but I'm gonna get this tweaked just a little bit more, and then I might put a little like bird or something up here that it's his friend. Workshop how he wants me, that's fine. If he says that he can't use it as a wall, that's okay. If he says that he has, he can't do A, B, or C, I won't be overly offended. This is mainly me just like playing ideas to see what would be funny in this situation. So I'm not, like, for some reason it doesn't work. But as long as yeah, a shield for myself, not necessarily for others, but just like he can just turn around or just squat down. And I just don't like the idea of, like, if I were drawing them for like little kids, or like if this is going to be in my portfolio, I don't necessarily want to have like him having like lots of blades and stuff, but I think the idea of just like little spikes is funny and good enough for a situation like this. I still have to do drumsticks here, and I still got to do other little small details on some of this, but we are getting there. It's been a long night. to get this guy done. We're gonna get there. It is a little Jim Henson-esque, isn't it? I didn't think about that, but yeah, it is. A little bit. I can see that. For someone who didn't understand and really doesn't still understand this, for some reason I have gotten into the idea of like making my own character like this, and I sort of get it a little bit. But let's see, what else do I need? These ears a little bit more pink. Cheeks a little bit more pink. The pink under the chin there. Oh, you know what I do need though is I do need like some lines on his clothes that indicate that they are droopy at best. There we go. Okay. Maybe I don't need, maybe this can just be a little honky horn. It has to be right here. It doesn't need to be the thing that I had before. It can just be part of what he's got here. I'm going to do this though. This is going to be a string that goes back behind it here. It does need a special thing here. So let's see, I'll cut these out. Yes. Hello, everybody. Anybody that's joining that questions what I'm doing, feel free to ask questions. What I'm trying to do here for the most part is make a D&D character for some students, or for a game that students are going to run that I said I would participate in. I have no idea how to do D&D. They're going to help me with it, but this is my character so far. And it's 1 o'clock now. Awesome. That's way later than I want it to be. But it is what it is. I just realized that's way off stage, so you can't even see what I'm doing there. Okay, let's this guy needs a string that goes from here up to that, but that's the wrong color. I do want this, is that right? Maybe I want something darker. I want darker. A string that goes from his elbow over to that. Through a pulley. Down to another pulley. Across that. That's not light enough. Something lighter than that. Let me try. That's too bright. That's better. pizzazz to some of these. Let's get the pulleys in there. Let's get the that. Let's get this to be drawn. So I got some color on it. I showed. So let's see. Now Scott had asked me if I wanted to play if one of the teachers couldn't. Yeah. Well, see. Okay. Here's the thing that Anita I think would be beneficial is there is going to be people who, like myself and Michelle and Corinne, who I think don't have a lot of experience and could probably benefit from someone walking them through the what is feasible and what isn't feasible. I know I will need someone to sit down and go like, well, you can use this now, or you can, A, B, or C, and I will need that sort of help, and so having someone like you or Kel doing that kind of thing, I think would be beneficial for us all. Let's see, that's enough. Make it. Let's get some of this in here. Yeah, I mean, seriously, like, I have a feeling that you could actually play as a, as the coach. I mean, I need, whether Kel or you, I need one of you two probably there to walk me through, to make sure I'm not too dumb in the process. I will be dumb, but not too dumb. It's funny, it looks like a keyboard, but it was meant to be an organ, but it doesn't have the ability right now. It's okay. I need my small white one, there we go. That one. There we go. You like the pink belt? I figured I'd have to stick to the standard colors, right? I can do whatever I want. So, a little pink belt in there ain't gonna hurt anybody. Let's see. I'm trying to get this done because it's been a long night of doing this, and I need to do a bunch of stuff tomorrow. That is getting ready for Easter. Okay, drumsticks. Getting there. Mild doodles. Those things great, lovely yellows in the pipes, tube things. Yes, the pipe organ. I was actually about to go to sleep. It's from Leah Astral Abraxas. I was actually about to go to sleep when I saw that you were still alive, so I wanted to pop in and see if you were working on him. Well, I sure am. And thank you for all the help that you gave me today with figuring out what I was buying when it came to the dice. Because I want to know. Although John would have helped me, but still, I needed the advice, so thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Oh, the drumsticks. I keep forgetting the drumsticks. Okay, drumsticks need to be in here in a way that makes sense. So let's try. These things supposed to get. Drum head here. Get one here. Get one here. Oh, you know what else I needed? I needed a string tied around his leg here. I need to color. His hand here. I need yeah, of course, Myra, beer, the mug, get caught up early, straighten out. Yes, go have a lovely evening. I appreciate all the offers for help. You've been more than kind. And I'm sure I'll have more questions as we get closer to the time frame, but I will try to keep it at a minimum if I can. Let's see. That needs to have some. Big old highlights on it there. Let's get this guy. Out in that section. Okay. I got those. Put some drumsticks like so. I'll get some coloring those drum heads, or no, those mallets. And then I will get, do I have a small one? I have a small one of those. These I'm doing like, it still isn't. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay. It still doesn't make sense for this. That's looking better. I need something like this guy. Be the strings. Little attach these drum heads there. These mallets, I mean. I keep calling them drum heads, but I mean mallets. Is there anything else I'm missing? Oh, I need a little pick thing. It runs across there. Could use this and these. This. Top of that. I feel like he needs. This would be there. Actually looks better when I do the dark than I do the bird friend. Yeah, we gotta. I mean, I am questioning. I'm questioning the bird friend. Here's why I'm questioning the bird friend. And you can tell me whether you like this idea or not. So he's a one-man band. So the question I have is, should he be able to be like, does the idea of putting a bird friend ruin the idea of the one-man band? I know it's like probably not that big of a deal. I also think that I want to make sure that I'm not like somehow diminishing the aspect of the one-man band in the process. But I mean, I like the idea of a bird friend. Don't get me wrong. That's something that probably should be in here. But it's a question of what does that somehow take away? And if so, should I consider a different idea for it? But I mean, I like the idea. Like, I feel like it needs one other little thing right here, but I don't know what. I mean, I guess it could be another like big spike or something of the sort. I feel like that's maybe almost too easy, so I'm trying to weigh out what that will be. I mean, it could just be birds or something up there. It doesn't have to be a bird friend, but. rat, maybe. There's a writing up there, that'd be pretty good. I like the idea of the pet rat, it's pretty good. Maybe Doodle. Go ahead and touch up on some of this. I need that. I need a up there with like a median. Something implies sort of a plank of wood. Need a little, how did I do that before? I think I did that with something else, but I can do it with this too. Let's see. I want and then I want just constantly going back and forth with you. Okay, now we gotta do final touches. Alright folks, I think I had to get to the end of all this, which is crazy. hopefully. Hopefully this has turned out well. That's my hope. Okay, should I put one other little thing up over here? Am I done? Let's see. Oh, shoot, there were a couple things I was going to do. These are simple things, though. These will not be hard to do. Believe you me. Not hard at all. First things first. This. Second thing second. This. This. This is just small little things I need to cut out. Little flag. Stick it off over there. Another flying flag, and then a nice little tail here. And I think I'm done. This just comes off the bottom here, and goes there, and this one. Right there. I just gotta glue these down. And have the little sticks and hold them up. And I think that's it. This is just one that sticks off the bottom. Doesn't do anything special, it's just back there. Flag here. Like this. And one more. Over here. This guy can be really high flying. I won't do that. I'll move that just about here. But definitely high up there. Then what I need is the decent black marker, which is this one. So it's going to run. Right there. And then I might write nub on that one. And I could write Nub the Great. Hey Bob, let's see. Yeah, instead of the bird up top and a blue flag, that'll be my flag. I'm just thinking it should probably say like nub and some fun scrolly letter. The problem is I need a Sharpie that's not all beat up. do it. And so how can I do this? Something that's not. I guess I can probably do it with this. I'm just very, very careful. Okay. How's that feel? Does that feel good, everybody? I know it feel good. Me going to bed, now I feel good. There's so many smudges on this that I gotta clean up. Like a ridiculous amount of smudges. Partially because it just got really messy. Too many small details, but it's okay. We can manage that. That's what Photoshop is for. Ooh, I don't like that pink. That came out a little stink there. Let's try. Where was that? I had a good pink before. That one? No. This one. Oh, that was the other one I was going to do. I was going to take this. Sorry, I know it keeps getting longer and longer. Thank you, Bob. Bob, have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? Another flag underneath that says the Great would be pretty good. It's a question, do I have any more of that pink? I guess I have this. I could probably do it. I could probably get away with that. Or maybe it's, yeah, maybe it's a different color. Maybe it's like something like this. Maybe it's thrown in there and it has it in a different color. Let me try that. Try a scrap here. Looking to see what color scraps I have. Oh, in this. In the red. That's what it is. Okay. You're right. Good suggestion, Maggie. I like that. I like that thinking. Okay, let me stick this down. This will be the last thing. No more after this, everybody. I know you have good ideas, but no more after this. Because I should have been in bed. was questioning whether I should have it say Nub the Great, but then I was thinking like, well, you know, it's funny because his name is just Nub, but then also I like that idea of he calls himself Nub the Great, but no one else does. Everybody else thinks it's lame. But he's not that great. So that's good. I can do that. Get these all put away. I will have to clean up some of this probably tomorrow. There's too much here to deal with. I need the little white pen. Let's say. There we go. Now it says Nub the Great. It's the cherry on top. Yes, it is. I dig it. I like it. Get all of these put away. Too bad. Everything right here where it goes. Gotta clean up all my paints. Ugh, so much stuff to do before I can go to bed. So much stuff. Why'd you all let me do this? Why'd you all let me go so late? It's okay, it's not your fault. I don't blame you. I blame myself. Okay. For the most part, done. Get rid of that. Get rid of all this except that piece. These pieces. Because I can use those again for something. Let me clean all this scrap up. Oh, there's a big piece of scrap. That can be saved. What I will do is I will make a nice clean shot of this for the end. I'll get a nice new piece of Bristol. I'll put it on top of that so you get a nice clean shot of it. Or my little great. Let me grab that real quick. Wait a second. Oh. Okay. So, this is the piece for the night. Zoom in here a little. So people can see a little better. There we go. So this is Nub the Great. He is a D&D character now. And I'll figure out how to play him later. I've never played D&D before. This is all in the spirit of good fun for my students. And that is it for the night, folks. I will see you all next week on Thursday night when my guest is Charlene Chula. And it'll be at 8 o'clock on Thursday. Otherwise, you all have a good night. Feel free to go back and look at part 1 of this, which was with Juliana Perdomo, who did a fabulous job, and we had a wonderful time talking. And go check out her work. All right, folks, that's it for the night. Y'all have a lovely evening.